Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Suicide doors are looking gorgeous, though. Icy boy.
Take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Get a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push blue, better burst your pipes.
my pain. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
على حسب المكان حمودي ماشي فريق بطيخ استقبال راجل اثنين لاعبين دخل حمودي واحدة اثنين لكن صعبة لا يرحم يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يا ولد يا ولد يا سكتون.
Let's see where they are going to be looking to push out.
Shadow when holding up the defense.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Welcome to the penultimate day here at the PMPL MEA Championships 2022. My name is Hannah Wolf. I'm joined here by Ez as well for what will be 6 final matches for our 16 teams to compete and earn their place in the being the best between the Middle East and the African regions. Ez, it's all come down to this last day. How are you doing?
Very excited to see these teams finally crown the champion for Middle East and Africa. I think it's going to be a long road for some of these teams. We're still fighting to close those gap. And for the teams on top, they've definitely built themselves a target. So it's going to be spicy.
Look, they may have built themselves a target, but what I'm keeping an eye on is our social media side. But I think, honestly, as realistically, we got to talk about it, and you got to talk about it at home, guys, as well. We got to talk about the thing. If you know it, it's a thing, and that's on YouTube, Facebook, Nemo TV, TikTok, Instagram. Tell us what your thing is. What's your best team? What is the thing that has inspired you, or shocked you, amazed you in this competition so far? But really, as well, we are talking about not only our social media, but our beautiful sponsors as well. Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner for the PMPL MEA Championship, but also our other sponsor here, which will be the Oppo Reno 6 series. The upgraded performance and upgraded fun celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Oh, we have to talk about one team, though, individually, and that, I think, being realistically here, Nigma. Now, Nigma have stepped up realistically overall here as for the last day. What are we expecting from them? Can they stay realistically on top as they have previously been doing?
It's all going to come down to that consistency. If they are able to just increase that gap that they've already built for themselves over these last 3 days, keep it consistent, keep the teams fighting to try and catch up to them, it's definitely possible that they can keep hold of that pole position. They've managed to do so today, even after the crazy games that Rico and Infinity and 0-1 were absolutely piling on. They're managing to keep that lead. So as long as they can do that today, it can still work.
Got to see if they can get those points. But to break down how we will go into our final day of the tournament, we're going to take a look at the format as well as. And we have, and it is going to be the same, knowing it already, but for a refresher, it's going to be our 16 teams playing the final 6 of their 24 matches in this singular day. And the points adding up overall in the standings. So we've already had 18 games of points garnered, but still 6 more to play for all of these 16 teams. In those points individually, you may be wondering, well, how much are they getting? Well, it's going to be 15 points for a chicken dinner and 1 elimination point per elimination. And that also going down in terms of our placement points, also all the way to 13th and 16th. If you finish, it's going to be 0 points at the end.
Absolutely. And what are they playing for? We can take a look at that price. Well, just to remind everyone at home what these teams are putting their names on the line for. Of course, we have a total prize pool of $150,000 up for grabs, with, of course, $2,000 going to the MVP of the games. And first place taking $40,000, second place taking $28,000, and third place taking $18,000 as we trickle down to the rest of the teams. So definitely some juicy chunk of change that they could be getting out of today.
And we've also got to talk, I think, about the MVP, that $2,000 that these, or a singular player, should I say, be getting at the end of the tournament. So whoever is going to be the best performing member will earn those extra $2,000 to put in their pocket at the end of this tournament too. But it is, as we say, going to the calendar here as well to obviously break down the dates. What day is it? Well, it is the 29th, of course, of the May month, and we will be closing it out on today, as we say, our final day before crowning our champion of the PMPL MEA Championship.
And of course, we have to talk about the teams that are playing today, the teams that are putting their names on the line and fighting for that pole position to be the champion of Middle East and Africa. We've been shouting these names. We've got so many names that we're focusing on, like Nigma Galaxy, like Rico Infinity. Are they going to bring that spirit back? 01 Esports, the African teams coming through as well. Intruder, Virtual Gaming, G3 Temper, Umbra. They've had such a beautiful performance. And amongst all the rest of these amazing teams that have come to this point, we have to celebrate all of them, because the reason they are here is because they are the best in their respective region. We just want to take that a step further.
Look, I think also we had a big step up from some of these teams. I think Intruder having a massive series of games yesterday, stepping up to the plate. And also I think this trend being that Intruder also having stepped up too in the previous day on 2 of their own games. So interesting to see if they, as another African representative of Umbra, to see if they can climb their way up on the overall standings. But I think also when you are talking about not just these other teams, I think you are mentioning, of course, the likes of the Arabian squad, and that being realistically Nigma Galaxy, or even I think what we saw earlier yesterday, which was Rico Infinity Esports finally beginning, I think, to show some life in onto their games. And I'm curious to see, can we see that potentially in today as well?
Well, let's take a look at the schedule to remind ourselves about the maps that these teams will be going through. Of course, for the first 3, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel, you will have myself and, of course, Highland Wolf to be taking you through the action. As soon as we get to Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar, DK and Hipperain will be jumping on the microphone to keep you up to date with all of the fantastic action these teams are going to be bringing in. And I think it's going to be quite an interesting game as well, with a little bit of an extra spicy added bonus at the end. Highland, if you want to tell them what that's about.
Oh yeah, we do. We got the extra bonus of a show match on Karakin as well, which will be played at the end of all of our 6 matches. It will be the top 12 teams at the end of today will be representing their own style and their own gameplay on, of course, our newest PUBG Mobile map into the list. But more on that will be later, casted also by DK and Hitbrain afterwards. But for our first 3 games, we got us as we said, there are a lot of standout teams still to show the performance. And I'm going to kick back towards, I think, Rico, as we're talking at the teams there, who really began to show up yesterday on particularly the elimination side of things.
Ooh, they were absolutely aggressive. They were picking up those fights as soon as they possibly could. And because of that, they were really making sure that they were grabbing as many points as possible. But as you mentioned, Intruder had a fantastic day yesterday, and they were really gunning for those winner-winner chicken dinners. And we can get a little bit of insider info as we take to an Intruder Africa interview. So let's just take some notes and see what they have to say.
نرحب بوايز من ابطال الانترودرز افريكا، لكن قبل كل شيء يا وايز نبي نعرف احساسك ما قبل البطوله.
ترى احساسنا قبل البطوله كلنا متوترين زي كل الفرق، اتوقع كلهم كانوا متوترين، فخلينا كل شيء على الله واتكلنا.
ابي منك وصف مدقق نوعا ما لفريقك وكذلك استعداداته النفسيه امام الفرق المنافسه.
استعداداتنا طبعا كانت قبل فتره PMPL. لما قربت PMPL كنا جاهزين، يعني الاستعدادات كلها سويناها قبل PMPL.
وايش هي هذه الاستعدادات اللي كانت قبل البطوله؟
كنا نلعب ايفنتات كثير، ندخل رومات، نتحدى بعض، نلعب، نحاول نقوي الساينرجي اكثر شيء، لانه هي اهم حاجه في التيم، الساينرجي والكوميونيكيشن.
ابي منك برضو وصف مدقق نوعا ما حده التنافس اللي مر بها ابطال الانترودرز افريكا.
التنافس كان قوي جدا بين التيمات، خاصه بالفاينل كانوا كل التيمات يلعبون حلو، والنقاط كانت جد متقاربة حيث أن المركز الثالث كان بعيد على بطل إفريقيا ب7 نقاط أو 6، يعني شدة التنافس كبيرة جدا عالية.
أبي منك برضو توقعاتك وإحنا متوجهين لنهائيات PMPL من أفريقيا.
إن شاء الله نكون على قدها ونجيب مركز حلو ونشرف بلادي
إن شاء الله بإذن الله. السؤال الثاني يقول الفريق أظهر أداء رائع مع مرور المنافسة، أبي شرح مبسط منك لطريقة تطور الفريق من الأحسن إلى الأروع.
تطور الفريق مرتبط بتغير تيم سبيك. أول ويك كنا نتكلم إنجليزي، فشفنا الإنجليزي ما قاعد يساعد في اللاعبين، عندنا لاعبين ما يفهموا كلمات كثير فغيرنا التيم سبيك الويك الثاني وصرنا نتكلم عربي، وهذا الشيء جاب نتيجة كبيرة.
إيش هو إحساسك بعد ما حصلت على فوز بمباراة الميرامار برقم يعادل 15 إقصاء، مع أنه كان كل الظروف ضدكم من ناحية البلاي زون وكذلك اللي زاد صعوبة وتواجدكم بين 3 فرق؟
هذاك أحسن إحساس حسيناه في جيم ميرامار، لأنه هذاك الجيم طلعنا المركز الأول، بعد جيم ميرامار صرنا المركز الأول. والزون تعاملنا معها، لعبنا ايدج، فالزون سوت هارد شيفت بعد هارد شيفت، واحنا كنا نسكوت الايدج، ناخذ الايدج ونلعب شوي شوي ونتعمق، ناخذ كلات ونتعمق للزون.
ايش هو احساسك بعد خسارة اللقب كبير زي PMPL افريكا مع انه تتشاركون نفس النقاط المركز مع المركز الاول؟
والله يا فلانكر هذا ابشع احساس ممكن تحسه. كلنا محبطين لانه نفس النقاط، ولكن احنا عندنا نقاط الكلات اعلى من البلايسمنت، فاضطرينا نكون مركز ثاني ويستاهلونها ابطال VGS.
حبيبي يا وايز، روح كبيره من شخص كبير، يعطيكم الف عافيه ويعطيك الف عافيه على تواجدك معنا اليوم، وان شاء الله ما تقصروا بالمستقبل.
ان شاء الله حبيبي.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL MEA Championship 2022. We just heard there from Wise from INTRUDER speaking about their journey through the PMPL Africa and what they're hoping and what their expectations were coming into the MEA Championship. Now, as we do also get to look at those overall standings, because as realistically, INTRUDER have been on that climb. They have been continuing. So as much as they may not be on top here, they certainly have been having a good showing overall so far this tournament for themselves.
Definitely. And unfortunately for them, they weren't the only ones trying to catch up yesterday. YaLLa Esports, I mean, just look at where they're finding themselves.
Yeah.
Second to Nigma Galaxy, who, as we know, have been having a stellar performance in the last couple of days, finding themselves with those 230 points, currently leading the pack. But 0-1, they're close. They're so close to that 200-point marker. But like I said, if Nigma Galaxy can just continuously stay consistent, pick up a couple of points here and there, just, keep that gap somewhat consistent, I think they could be running away with pole position.
Yeah, I think 0-1, they are definitely the really only contender. Falcons are possibly there, but about 40-50 points now behind Nigma Galaxy, so it would have to be a massive loss of a day for Nigma to really lose that lead. It's not impossible, but it's a possibility as we check out that second half of the page where INTRUDER, as we mentioned, were lying, but unfortunately so are still the rest of these other African teams. And what is it that we're really looking for here as on these African squads to try improve their score today?
You mentioned it yesterday. It's sort of that decisiveness coming through. We need them to be very rigid in what they're going for. They need to have that game plan in the back of their minds and not hesitate into the choices, especially with those rotations we were talking about. Those later rotations, and the teams are finding themselves battling it in to try and get into zone, taking fights outside of it, getting delayed, using utility. And then by the time they do actually get to safety, well, there's like 3 teams already set up and just waiting for them. So those rotations need to come through. That decisiveness that we know that these teams can have needs to come through today if they want to pick up those points.
Look, they have 6 more games to prove that decisiveness to us. I think it's also the confidence, particularly coming in on Thursday. None of those teams, apart from Umbra, really did do as greatly as we expected. But I think we've all seen those little niche parts of these squads where they have performed really well. I mean, I look even back towards that day one where even Slime 4KT took down Nigma Galaxy in a very close fight on Erangel, and showing us that they have the potential to even take out the best when they are on their best form. But they have to show that now today, because all of those other 5 African squads, they're going to be buying it out, because realistically, Umbra are the only ones that can catch up close to Nigma Galaxy here on this last day.
Yeah, definitely potential has been shown. I mean, Intruder yesterday taking 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, that's proof enough for me. I don't know about you, but definitely I think that consistency needed to come through. And unfortunately, you know, if it's the nose because they're playing on a much bigger stage than they have before, I get that. It's a huge opportunity for the region to now be, you know, included in something like this. So it's understandable that the nose come through, but I hope they're going to be taking this experience and take that back to the region, work on it a little bit, and come back even stronger for the next one. But first, we're going to focus on those next 6 games. On the first Erangel, what are some of the things that you're looking for? What are some of the points that you wanted the teams to really, maybe positions, maybe, you know, sort of rotation styles that you wanted them to take on?
Yeah, so I think for Erangel, particularly what we are looking for in these teams is positioning on the map coming into the zones. Now, we talked about this again a little bit yesterday too, and I think we need to repeat it, because these teams coming into the zones have been a little bit faulty at times. And that has been, I think, the major error in a lot of these teams, not just the African squads, but also those from the Arabian region too, making these mistakes, falling short, maybe rotating in too late, maybe not having an accurate plan of how to rotate in. And I think particularly for Erangel, we are honing in on those bridges. Now, the 7 bridge is where you have teams like 90th Minute, for example. Also, you're looking towards Twisted Minds. On the other hand, having that other end of the bridge, you've got CONQUEROR on the western side. Now, if we do get to see, and I'm hoping we do get to see a southern bridge finish, we're going to get to see that expanded on more so, and how CONQUEROR and Twisted Minds try to control, but I doubt that possibly we'll be able to see that as much.
I would love that. I would absolutely love to see that sort of Southern Bridge finish. But as we go into our first game of the day, it is, of course, on the beautiful Erangel, the map that we all know and love, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile coming through. And it is a map that everyone in this league, every single team should know and love. And hopefully they will be ready for it today.
Yeah, indeed, as we do jump down onto our first map here in Ooredoo Plain Path, starting out on that more western side here, as in Primorsk, going to be where it ends. I think a very kind playing path overall for these teams so far, but it's down to where this zone goes. Realistically, the only teams that are going to struggle with this playing path are those that do tend to drop all the way over towards that mansion prison side.
Oh, it's definitely going to be very interesting. I mean, the plight path that we do see, like you said, those eastern sides are going to be a little bit troublesome to get to. We had some very crazy zones yesterday where we had, you know, that zone going northeastern side, and then, well, the flight path wasn't quite there. So hopefully we might be seeing a few complementary zones. I would like something crazy, maybe more towards that southeastern side, you know, maybe towards those bridges that we want to see. But whether that's going to happen or not, we'll have to wait.
Look, I think also those bridges going to be an interesting crossing for these teams, but not in this match. Potentially, you maybe are talking about those squads looting up onto the North Korea military base, but that northeastern shift is going to be a hard one for, I think, these teams. We saw something similar to this zone yesterday, where it did kind of close out just below that shelter, that prison side. I am curious to see how these teams are going to use that information, though, because this was a game where you really were looking at teams like Rico and Infinity Esports actually struggling in those types of matches. Also, I think when you are looking to opposite that, you had Nigma also indeed struggling in these rotations too. So the higher level teams in terms of the standings, definitely this could be a more challenging zone for them based on what we've past seen.
I mean, if you take a look at it, some of the teams that we're waiting to hear a little bit more from, we were looking at 01 Esports yesterday. They came through with such a beautiful consistency, picking up those winner-winner chicken dinners, picking up some good eliminations as well. I mean, they were managing fights that I honestly didn't see them getting out of, but then they they not only got out of it, they wound up picking up 2 winner-winner chicken dinners as well. Umbra, on the other hand, a team that we were really surprised with in those first 2 days. I was losing my mind watching you guys cast this because I love to see more from them. I've watched them through PMPL Africa coming back into this. I want to see them do a little bit more. So, what is today going to look like? That is my question. How much are they going to be able to pick up? Are we going to see that same Umbra flame coming through today? Are we going to see that same insanity that PRZ was showing yesterday? I mean, man, he was picking a fight with anyone and everyone he could find, especially on Miramar with that Mini 14 and doing wonders with it. I want to see more of that today. Maybe a little bit more tighter grouped, because we did see quite a few teams very split up. So, when one gets pushed, well, no backup. There's no real sort of recovery from that situation. Maybe that's going to change today. Maybe some of the teams are going to sort of polish those smaller issues coming through today.
I've actually been very impressed in terms of polishing the issues of, realistically, 01 Esports. I think they have been one of the stellar teams coming particularly through from the side of PMPL Arabia, not having done so well, having barely qualified, actually, coming in onto this tournament just through partly two, their super weekends. But by all extents and purposes, they may have struggled in the past. But now, coming on into this tournament, I think they look like the team that we were expecting them when they do play good. And you see them very confident in the way in which they're playing. You see them not scared to go through these fights. They're not scared, like maybe some of these other teams, to just go in and be decisive is what we are looking for from these squads in having that position in zone, in taking those fights, but taking smart fights, as we say as well.
You mentioned smart fights. All I could think about was YaLLa Esports yesterday in that compound, falling to that solo from Falcon, who was just an absolute ninja. An absolute ninja in the vehicle.
Oh, I mean, Falcons, they definitely also have had their massive wing flying all the way into the sky moments. But Falcons, they do need to, I think, clean up a small series of errors I think they do have with their rotations. Again, I think there has been some moments where they are kind of struggling, and you see that penalized by some of these teams catching up towards them. I think Falcons, when they are rotating further into zones, and we maybe see this in future games, not so much this one, because it is very favorable towards Falcons there in Yasna Poliana. But I am curious to see, will teams try to challenge them on those rotations, as we have seen previously, as I say, because I don't think that Falcons are one of these teams that are afraid to go for fights. But on the other hand of that, you are really looking at then Falcons getting caught, as we say, behind the zones and behind the pace of the game. So when they come in later, they're falling into prey of the same problems as these other teams, where they're not having the information of those inside the zone, and they're not having an accurate idea of how to get into their most ideal position in that zone that they want to.
Yeah, there was a massive northern rotation that I believe Falcons was involved with. I mean, we had 4KT there, we had, I think it was 90th Minute was also there, taking a bit of a fight, and I think it was actually on Miramar. And unfortunately, those massive rotations, especially when you've got like 5 or 4 teams shoulder to shoulder trying to get into the same part of the zone, you don't know what you're going to go up against, as you said, inside that zone. You don't know who's waiting, who's already set up, waiting for that containment opportunity, pick up a few eliminations. But you might also be wasting some more, well-needed utility for the later rounds. We saw that happening with, I believe it was 90th Minute and Team Myth. They took that fight, they took that engagement, and then, oh no, it was Twisted Minds. Even though they finished the engagement, they didn't have much to work with thereafter. I mean, the utility that they had to pick up, unfortunately, even though they got the 4 eliminations, there wasn't much left. But also I want to bring your attention to Rico Infinity, because in those first 3 games that we casted, I told you this, I think we were lucky charms for Rico Infinity, because they just went absolutely crazy. But come the 4th and 5th and 6th game, they sort of fell off, especially with that aggression that we saw in the first games. They were picking up fights left, right, and center. But do you think that's maybe what contributed to that fall off?
I think that Rico Infinity Esports, they are a very aggressive team, and I'm almost not surprised to see them actually be as aggressive.
No, they really are active in jumping into the fight, and look, we don't get an opportunity to just sit and watch Rico the whole map. So, you know, I'm speaking what I saw briefly. But the fights that they do take, they've been pretty good at managing at least to get those team wipes. I mean, that's why they've managed to pick up like 13 kills in the one game, 10 kills in the other game. But then those positions fall short. They'll have like 2 placement points, you know. That's the most consistent I saw. I would see 2 placement points and, you know, double-digit kills. And unfortunately, that didn't make it as impactful as it could have as the jump. But Guaiden finding already Twisted Minds, making their rotation. Nice little cheeky elimination there for them. So at least that's, you know, slowly but surely we're seeing those numbers drop.
Twisted Minds, they unfortunately are only coming in here with 3 players, so a little bit of a shock actually for Twisted Minds, because I think that's definitely going to affect them in the overall standings. I think they are one of these teams who were climbing up towards the top, so got to see how they will do it, especially now down to only a solo. Dami is such a core player for Twisted Minds, but left alone, I'm not sure how much realistically they can actually do in this zone and in this match, because it is only now phase 2. The only upside I would say though is that they are already in the position of this phase 1. They already potentially have that setup coming into phase number 2, as we do get to see that zone shift very shortly come into effect. And the rest of these teams also roam in. The only ones not there right now are really Ooredoo, and Ooredoo are going to need to come across realistically that eastern bridge fairly quickly. I think that it could be exploited depending on where this zone goes by CONQUEROR and also the rest of Intruders.
It's definitely interesting. You can see these rotations coming through. A few later rotations obviously coming through from that military base island. 90th minute also still has to join the party. And coming through from that southern side of the zone. I mean, look at that contention now with the zone shift up to the north. I mean, south part of that zone is looking like an absolute Skittles pack, but it is a bit of a danger zone. Hopefully most of the teams are going to move a little bit more, you know, center, maybe closer to Stolber, giving the space needed for those southern rotation teams to get into the action. I'm also a little bit worried about that eastern bridge right now with the rotations coming through. Intruder not far behind Conquerors. And right behind them, they might even be able to jump in with Ooredoo Thunders.
Yeah, I'm not sure Intruders really want to take that fight, though, being so close, and they split indeed. That 2-2 coming through from them, trying to find, I think, a position in onto that next phase 2, which has, as we say, gone up towards that north Stabber side. Now, this is a particularly trickier zone for these teams position-wise, and it's going to really test these squads on how well they know Erangel, because Stabber not really an all too common location for these teams to have to fight in, but there is very much the possibility of teams utilizing those nooks and crannies, those small ridges in the mountainside itself, into great effect, having a high ground vision, but also by using those ridges and having that blockade almost in front of you to avoid teams catching you out from behind. Is CONQUEROR do catch out though one there of Nigma Galaxy, and Nigma caught again on the rotation. It seems to be a very common thing now, this competition, for Nigma to actually lose a player or two here on their rotations.
Oh, it's a little bit odd, but I guess it's also the fact that, I mean, Conquerors and Nigma are taking very similar approaches. They're going to veer off each other now. Nigma heading a little bit more towards that eastern side where Intruders currently find themselves as well. So need to tread carefully. Obviously, they don't want to be running into any extra fights as there's so many more teams behind them. I mean, even Myth is jumping in with the rotation here. So, oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Nigma Galaxy now trying to just, you know, throw a little damage out into the waters, maybe see if they can catch a Myth fish or two, but unfortunately nothing's going to come to fruition just yet. Still needing to get that information. And Ooredoo Thunders behind them as well. So this could be tricky if they don't get a move on.
Miss pinned down though. They've got nowhere to go. Intruder Africa have their number. The smokes do fall through. In just in time, there is Mo cannot find that execution. Now though, they step up, and a little bit of overextension by Moomen, and an easy shutdown there by also, as we say, the Mo. The Weiss, they're helping to clean it up, and Intruders, they'll be on their way with pushing now one less of the Miss members.
Ooh. I mean, we had the interview from Weiss, and now they're coming through here to show what they've got. And Ooredoo Thunders, we were talking about them with that southern rotation, finding Nigma Galaxy. This is what I was worried about. Nigma, unfortunately, bouncing from one team to another, and because of that delay, it's given Ooredoo Thunders the time that they needed to catch up and maybe pick up another. So now Nigma Galaxy down to only 2 members, still looking for a way into the zone. They've had to go down to Lipovka now, maybe rotate back around to prison to try and get in more towards that mansion side, the exact southern point of the zone. That's just wasting time. It's taking them through the blue zone. It's not where they wanted to be.
I actually really admire, though, this position coming through from the Falcons side. They've already staying home in YaLLa Poliana, but they've got this actual position where they're looking at YaLLa Poliana in that 4-stack hospital. They've also got 2 there coming up towards the north side of YaLLa. So as much as they may not have had to move, I like the way in which they are preparing actually as a team and acknowledging that all of these other squads, there's a possibility that they were going to be coming into their compound. Now as phase 3 is moved towards YaLLa Poliana, there is a real now test to how well Falcons can control. I actually do also like, in a way, that Falcons, because this zone has moved back towards YaLLa Poliana, they come together as a team. They don't continue to try split. Yes, Yusuf is doing some scout work, and they should return, but do get caught out by Caliga. It was risky, and they will lose one of their members for it.
It's just that replay coming through here from CONQUEROR as well, finding some of the rest of the members here of Nigma Galaxy with Ooredoo jumping in. It's a tough time. So as we know, Nigma Galaxy down to 2 members, making their rotations in, and CONQUEROR looking for a little bit more. 1 member down. Ooredoo Thunders now joining the party here towards YaLLa Poliana, and of course we've got Virtual Gaming up close and personal as well. Falcon looking a little bit pinned down as they're trying to go for the revive here, but Caliga keeping their eye on a swivel. They do not want this to happen.
CONQUEROR still looking for more, though, as Miss Farok should fall down. Yes, they do. Get caught out as Miss do come down in 16th position.
Oh, the first team to be sent back to the lobby. It is unfortunate, but it has to be someone. It always has to be someone. So as we take a look at it, Rico Infinity still out in the blue zone, making their rotation from Severny, coming on through, and Caliga not letting up on the pressure here for Falcons. But it doesn't matter. I wanted to say Falcons got the revive, but Wasted comes through with the return on Yusuf again. He's being a bullet shield at this point in time. I feel so bad for him.
But he's doing work still, and Umbra, they still got all of their members alive. But yes, Naya, the position that they are in just outside here, very, very split coming through from Umbra. And I'm curious if that's going to be exploited by some of these teams still to come in. Now, Umbra, they should be aware that a lot more of these squads do have to move further forward, but they are doing a good job now thinning the herd of those teams moving in. As G3 do lose another one of their members, but this should be revived, rightly so. It was just a short peek through the window as Umbra did catch them on their movement through the house.
But look at the distance that Shadowin actually got that shot from, all the way from that eastern part of the zone, just focusing on G3 Temper. Nice little just click with the sniper. But looking at it now, Umbra, here towards that eastern side, you can see Wasted inside, trying to do a little bit of scout work, as we mentioned, trying to find a better position for their team to rotate in.
I like that.
That zone shift, that zone shift is also a little bit of a talking point. But yeah, I like that they're running this sort of, I guess it's a 1-2-1 setup with PRZ lacking a little bit behind. But the scouting gives them an opportunity to get that information.
And it also a possibility of a pincer here as well, as had they actually decided to go on to G3, they could have used Wasted there to actually pin down while the other 3 members use their cars, use their vehicles to move further towards G3, can create that crossfire pressure through from Wasted to be able to attack that location. So they won't go for that fight just now because that zone has moved away in towards YaLLa Poliana. Also has, for the majority, moved in towards those barrel holes too, towards the south. But Rico Infinity Esports already catching one off. As Slime 4KT just were not ready for Rico to move on top of this hillside too.
Oh, I love this aggression coming through from Rico Infinity. They are happy to pick up the eliminations wherever they can find them. Slime 4KT should be able to rotate out of this, hopefully a little bit less scathed than they already are. Already lost one, not looking to lose any more as we move into this next zone. Umbra feeling a little bit damaged, but they've found themselves at least a spot in the zone. Still a few rotations that need to come through. YaLLa also feeling the brunt of the action as they had a knock or two. Now G3 Temper falling short, unfortunately, to some explosions and losing members, losing a few more. Have to just keep our eyes on the feed here to see what's going to happen with them. Even Umbra feeling the brunt of the action now.
Umbra moving in slowly, but they have, of course, lost one. Down, knocked away. Could be revived. They are close enough together, as here also still the fight continuing, ensuring further forward. Slime 4KT, Rico Infinity Esports. But Rico have their eyes set on elsewhere. Is YaLLa. YaLLa are the ones to go down instead as they look further in onto that zone. YaLLa being the ones to really stop them here on their, almost I would say YaLLa here, a very stereotypical position of this team. You always do tend to, on this very Yasnaya based rotation of zones, move along this coastal line and try to come in from the northern side. Twisted Minds also falling down in the kill feed. Unfortunately, it was only time for Dami to possibly get knocked down. But here Rico, as I say, coming down to try pressure YaLLa. But YaLLa, they hold a strong fort.
Yeah, they can step into the zone when they want to, although they do need to be worried a little bit about Slime 4KT coming through alongside Virtual Gaming. So now, Rico Infinity rolling the cars a bit, unfortunately, but going into the zone nonetheless and pulling up right alongside Virtual Gaming. So now a little bit of pressure applied on that side as they try to find a way into these compounds.
Even so now, Virtual Gaming though, Zeus holding that position strong is Rico. They've all moved further down. They went for the rush. They haven't been punished for it by YaLLa. They did get through on into the house, but what can they do with this information now? Joaz, and now also SK moving further forwards. Prestige on the flank side as Virtual pushing further back on that push. Instead now they decide they're gonna not take this fight. They're gonna go mainly for this position all the way back towards these other teams in Yasnaya Polyana.
0-1 Esports down to 2 members here. And unfortunately, a team that really made quite a statement yesterday. I have to see if they can actually make something happen here. Waiting for that zone shift to pull on through. And oh, this is going to be spicy. A little bit more towards that southeastern side. Actually giving intruders the space they needed to just jump into the zone as well. But I mean, G3, Ooredoo Thunders, they're finding themselves a little bit zone blessed here.
I think, yeah, for sure. It's definitely gone towards them, and it's up to them now. Can they use, though, this zone and hold it? Because Ooredoo and G3, we haven't been able to, in the past, hold these zones. And they have struggled to keep a position where a lot of teams are creating a lot of points of pressure on top of them. So I'll be curious to see, now coming into the last day, are they able to minimize that pressure? And I think it's all down to these two squads really focusing on one direction that they want to take, and then focusing on that one team to try put them down and open it up one space at a time. As YaLLa going, though, deep on into Slime. They have short down onto the edge of the house. As now Slime, they've been removed from the house indeed, as they have been evicted by the nades and the mollies. And YaLLa, yes, they lose one knock, but they revive hoping straight back up surely, and with time should be able to push further in as Falcons also diving on into Umbra.
Oh, Rico A taking the opportunity to rotate on in. Umbra now looking for blood here as they spot out a few members of Falcons running on past into that eastern side of the zone. Damar going to have to take just a little bit of time to med up and get ready for the onslaught that Shadowin is looking to throw in, with Morteza going with the nades. Storm finding nades as well. It is a nade barrage all alongside the map right now as teams are trying to snuff out the opponents hiding in these compounds. Oh, Slime 4KT, they go back as 14th, and all of a sudden we turn our attention here to Umbra and Falcons. Who's going to be coming out of it alive? It's only last left. Still trying to hold on here for Falcons. Nades being thrown, mollies being chucked, and now where is the connection?
Umbra sliding back in onto the house, so are curious to avoid this fight here. I don't think they're really wanting this fight at all. They have silenced at least one of Never Alone. Shadowin cooking the nade out. This could be a beautiful nade if they can throw it in, out of the window into the smoke, but we decide not to pull the pin, to wait and use it on the stairs here, hoping that here Falcons will walk on into them. But Falcons are all too busy doing the same thing to Shadowin. Is Shadowin now forced back further into their own home? But how much further can it go? Because you can see this road as the zone does close on in, really crushing these players in between each other.
Oh, this is such a difficult position here for Shadowin. He's being surrounded right now by the rotating teams coming on through. CONQUEROR looking for Rico Infinity now as they have to make a dash across the road. They need to get into safety. They need to get into the zone. CONQUEROR going to be ready for it. Make sure that the mollies are prepped and ready. But unfortunately, that zone pulling towards, well, not where they want it to be, to that southwestern side, and Rico Infinity scrambling to try and clean up Conqueror here so they can try and focus on the rest of this map.
Rico Infinity, they're diving on Invo. They take down one, they take down two, three, but can they get the last one? Indeed, as Rico Infinity have Conqueror's number, and they slice them down. Prestige out the back door, but they're naded down by 0-1 with the massive nade over the top. Beautiful position for 0-1 here to now punish Rico Infinity Esports as they separate out from the fire of 0-1. But another of YaLLa's on top takes SK Ton down to about 70% HP, down to 40 as the next one strikes. And SK Ton is solo bombarded here by 0-1's utility.
Oh, the duo from 0-1 Esports proving that they are still in this. Yes, they're taking a little bit longer with this fight, but they're doing quite a bit of damage here as Skyton actually going in the down. So Rico Infinity, they're down to little numbers as Rico Infinity do get confirmed out. We have 8 teams now remaining. That zone still shifting towards that southwestern side. Nigma Galaxy finding themselves there and taking out Falcon Esports. So now Nigma Galaxy holding full control of the zone for now as these teams make their rotations.
But Nigma, they can't move realistically in this zone, though. They are down in the open. These are the flats. These are the hay hills of here, Yasnaya, Pollyanna. And none of these teams really too keen on letting their position be known. Moving about, you can see Shadowin makes that mistake, and Ooredoo Thunders quick to punish Umbra down in that 7th position. Is now they also Ooredoo move further in to those hayfields themselves. They need to get out of danger of this zone as it does crush in on behind. 0-1 also struggling here is beside them Virtual Gaming, the last of these teams to come in onto this next phase. And Virtual Petrox from this other side really is going to feel this pressure as that zone is very, very quickly going to succumb him into the dirt.
Ooh, Hassan hitting that spray onto Petrox. Virtual Gaming now finding one knock to their numbers and down to one member, which is Zeus, who has to try and recover here, who has to try and reset, bring some normality to the chaos that these teams have been bringing in. NASR in the crosshairs of Nigma Galaxy. As they are focused, fully focused on that last remaining member here of Virtual Gaming. They have to be careful. There are snakes in the grass looking to take them out. And Ooredoo Thunders, well, at least one from Ooredoo Thunders, just happy to throw some utility into the mix. Let's just, bring up the chaos. Let's just make sure one shot gets naded back into the lobby.
In 10 kills for NASR, who've been on an absolute tear this game, though, as they have been blowing up everyone in their position on this hayfields. Ragnarok almost taking down Zeus as well, searching for the last one as they send out the stuns. There goes the extra utility mark, though, and Zeus down is Virtual Gaming will also fall to NASR's hands. And what can NASR do, though, with the rest of this zone? They have the full team, but they are the furthest away from the next shift. In 2 seconds now until they are forced to move further.
Intruder here just on hills, watching what's going down. Nigma Galaxy with some great cover here with the Wizard Tower and the crates and the hay bales to work with. They've got NASR's number. They could be a detriment here. We do have one from Ooredoo Thunders also just sneaking in the grass, making sure they're getting into zone. It's only Intruders and Ooredoo Thunders really that are comfortable in this next zone. Free can jump in, but it will be at the cost of their cover. I'll have to jump into the grass, and you can see NASR now trying to make a break for it. Smokes are going to be deployed, trying to give themselves a little bit of cover as they try and find a pathing into this.
NASR slowly snaking their way in onto this next phase 8. Phase 7, closing out also Ooredoo, as they are the only other team here besides NASR to be able to make it in onto the zone. NASR still holding, though. They're not willing to move too far, as also Nigma Galaxy are on that roam. That slight dip into terrain also helping here NASR avoids Nigma Galaxy's position and their line of sight.
Nades being exchanged. Just a little bit of a handshake as Intruders still hold at least monopoly of the zone for the time being. Waiting for those rotations to come in. Nigma Galaxy just finding themselves on the edge here. NASR slowly but surely getting closer as well. That solo from Ooredoo Thunders, if they could see the numbers, if they could see these colors so close to them, they would be shaking in their boots. And there's the confirmation. Ooredoo Thunders are going to be going down. Hassan is going to be going down to a beautiful nade by Lord, who is still looking to get a few more connections a little bit to the right. And they could be finding the entirety of NASR trying to get into the zone, which means Intruders left to their own devices to just watch as all of this unfolds ahead of them. They could be looking at a perfect third-party opportunity here.
NASR, they've lost one, yes, but they still got 3 more to go. The numbers advantage is huge for NASR here. They have laid down the smokes, but that was a beautiful shot through past the smokes from Ragnarok, and that's what they needed. There goes the second. Ragnarok finding Mo 2 through the hay in itself. Intruder now down to 2.
Ragnarok looking to stand up, finding the rest of these players. It is the full force of NASR against the duo from Nigma Galaxy and the duo from Intruders. That nade going out, just touching, but not quite connecting. Looking for that full connection here. Nigma Galaxy just holding in the grass, is going to be just finding one little connection, looking for the knock, is going to find it. NASR down with 1. They still have 3 up and at him. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that confirmation, at least for the time being, is going to come through. The nades are going out. Intruder looking for some sort of connection as well, but Ragnarok finding Omar. Ragnarok going down. Hassan
Huge
going down.
nades.
Miracle down. Well, Miracle's still up, but for how much longer is the question.
Huge nade by Nigma. They find Hassan down again. Maybe they find here Miracle 2. Lord is on, the only one remaining. But here Intruder also there surviving. Lord has to step up. He has to continue to crawl. He cannot stop to shoot. But there NASR strike him down the moment they move outside of cover. Intruder trying to go for the 1v1. Here is Miracle. They can't find it. And now here Intruder winning out on NASR running out on this chicken dinner.
A little bit confusing there towards the end, but coming down to those final 3 teams, it was anyone's game. And ultimately, we had to crown that champion for the first Erangel. Quite an interesting game, as we saw with those rotations coming through and just the zone being an absolute menace to every single one of the teams trying to get themselves set up.
It was a brilliant game from both NASR and Intruder. NASR, yes, he had the numbers. They were trying to go for that 1v1, and it was brilliant work from them to utilize that numbers advantage. I think really, though, Ragnarok was doing so much for this NASR squad, though, towards the end. And you could see the smokes placed down for him, and then also the angle which their Ragnarok had. Ragnarok having that slight lower ground advantage, which really helped them find their footing on those final few moments. As we do check out, though, just how many points NASR were able to get in that first match, as they should top here the standings. Yes, they do, with 14 elimination points and those 12 placement points. So it was actually Intruder here, Ez, who did pick up that chicken dinner, as we rightfully thought. And they get the 15 points, which is very important for them.
They will be overshadowed, though, with NASR being so aggressive, coming through with the full force. It makes sense why they were able to pick up those 14 eliminations. Can you imagine if they got the winner chicken dinner as well? Absolutely crazy stuff. Nigma Galaxy, of course, not to be forgotten, picking up 15 points, coming through in 3rd place. Ooredoo Thunders there with the solo, the dream solo coming through there towards the end, managing to capture that 4th placement. But as we trickle down, it's interesting to see some of the names up here. I mean, Virtual Gaming, finding them in 5th with 10 points. 0-1, and Rico Infinity still doing the work, still steadily picking up points, as is the theme that we started yesterday. CONQUEROR finishing off that first page. We can go over to the second page and see what's going on, but it's interesting to see, just a little bit of a change up of names coming through.
Indeed, and I think definitely a difficult game, though, on that second page for Twisted Minds. When you're coming in with 3 players, they did really struggle in this match, but also equally so did Falcons and Umbra. And Falcons really falling apart there, despite the fact that that zone had their name written all over it for their compound. They just had no way to control that many teams, that many players coming on into their location. And as a result, Falcons, I think maybe they could have played it a little bit better. I think that early knockdown on one of their players as they were trying to begin to do the scouting was a little bit ambitious. And by only then having 3 players by that point to try fend off all of these teams, it was really difficult for Falcons to do so. And you saw them struggle so much.
was definitely interesting, but I think that last dash to the finish, that last dash to the zone made it incredibly difficult for some of these teams. I mean, honestly, they found themselves in such awkward positions. They found themselves taking those engagements, those very late engagements, just delaying their rotation even further into the zone. And by the time they got there, well, Nigma Galaxy, they already took out, I think it was 90th minute. So then they had full control of the zone. They were just waiting for their next team to join them. There comes INTRUDER, and they have full control of that southern part of the zone, just watching these teams rotating in. Like, okay, thanks.
Look, though, of course, it's got to be their INTRUDER picking up the first chicken dinner of the day to see if they can make 2 once more. We're going to check out their best off-road moments and the rest of these teams from Erangel. We'll see you guys there and all the rest of these teams over on Miramar.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Trending with the cool kids. Wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Design a brand exclusive. Wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and then I diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Yeah, icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. So down for me, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We're already diving in here to game number 2 at the PMPL MEA Championship. It's still myself, Harlan Wolf, still here as well alongside me. And we have a very southern note here playing path that is going to potentially cause a lot of problems for these teams. But we've got to see, of course, as where that zone goes.
Yeah, look, we had some crazy Miramar zones yesterday. I mean, we again had such an eastern flight path, and then the zone decided to go completely west. So now that we're on the southeastern side, if that zone goes northwest, oh, okay, no, it's not too bad. It's really not too bad. Going towards that more northeastern side, still an opportunity for these teams to rotate on through, especially the teams that, you know, really do favor that northern part of the map. They're going to be pretty happy with that one. A little bit of zone blessed coming through here. But very good opportunity for these teams to make those rotations.
And that zone is loving that northeastern side here as third time has come this way.
I'm telling you, I feel like Miramar has just, you know, changed. It's gone through a drastic performance change. You know, it's decided that it's going to be a solely eastern map for some reason, or solely western map. They're just completely crazy zones. At least today it's a little bit more complementary than what we've seen previously. So that can be a little bit of a change up. I did see already the one elimination to YaLLa Esports. Ooh.
Yeah, YaLLa losing one there is G3 Temper pick up a bit quick and decisive elimination over them down in towards that Los Leones side. But I don't think that there's going to be too much of eliminations being the story in this early game. We are realistically looking towards those rotations. And of course, it's going to be fairly easy, as you say, for those teams already in towards that northern side. But for those down towards maybe that southwestern side, like Miss and so, they are going to have to take that more detour. But it's curious to see how they are going to do that detour. If they're going to first loot up, as we just check out that replay, of course, of YaLLa and G3. But as I say, are they going these teams on the southwestern side out of the zone to loot up and take the time currently out of the zone, or are they going to move? And when they do move, how are they going to make that movement into the zone? Are they going to go through El Pozo, or are they potentially going to take that risk and try to challenge R8 and Rico and YaLLa Esports on that main A road in onto that western side of the zone?
Actually interesting that you bring that up, because you can actually see that that sort of a contradiction, or that contrast coming through here with two of the teams. Myth obviously finding themselves there into Valle del Mar, and we had Nigma Galaxy actually drop quite close to them, but they've already jumped into the vehicles, taking that rotation up on that western road, maybe potentially towards El Pozo. And so it's funny that you actually bring it up, because now Twisted Minds being that third opportunity that you're talking about, because they're looking a little bit closer towards Monte Nuevo, maybe even moving up onto that road towards Power Grid, getting closer to Rico Infinity. So bam, you've already got those all your three examples on the map just for you.
Exactly. I mean, it's all about these decisive choices in these teams, and I like that all of them have decided to go in these separate ways. Now, I think for Twisted Minds, you are realistically going to see them stop towards that Power Grid side. They will take, I think, a slightly slower approach into Power Grid initially to scout it, but if no one is there, they should continue to move forward very quickly and take that location up for themselves. I don't think that they will be going all in onto that dive into happy end of patch 1 just yet. You may also see Twisted Minds actually utilize those very high mountains on that A road 2 and try to catch potentially later teams like Baramis rotating in using that same strategy.
There's obviously a few teams that have unfortunately been pushed out of their normal drop sites. I mean, I'm looking at 90th minute with who I've known to really favor Al Hazar, but they've had to jump out because Intruder have taken control of that. So they're a little bit more north. And currently the most northern team that we've got, I mean, that entire northern part of the zone for the time being is looking pretty empty, pretty bare. But 01 Esports, we mentioned this yesterday, they came through with such beautiful aggression and consistency, I might add, picking up 2 winner chicken dinners with some decent points. I mean, their first winner chicken dinner, they picked up, that 20 points, and that second one, they came through with 29 points. So a fantastic performance coming through from them, and that consistency is helping them so well on those overall rankings.
Still G3, because on the stats there, also getting those average 2.17 kills per game, surviving 19 minutes 50 on average into these games. So G3 surviving, I think, more so than some of these other teams so far, but I think realistically you are looking at G3 as a team who, yes, they survive, yes, they are quiet and they do get into these later zones, but what are they actually doing with these positions? How are G3 going to be that more aggressive team? And I'm curious, is this now from the side of PMPL Africa a consistency from them and not being maybe as aggressive as we hope they should be in this competition to try and improve? Or is it just a change in the way in which they're playing and not being as aggressive as they were previous?
I still think it's a little bit of a change up of pace. The teams that they're going up against have a very similar playstyle to G3 Tempo, who, as you said, from the PMPL Arabia side, really favor those center zone positions in those earlier rotations. And that is generally what G3 do. And that's why they've been so good, especially on a map like Miramar, which is usually their bread and butter, the map that we really see them coming, into their skins and performing. They get those early rotations, they get those crazy positions inside the zone, pick up the mini 14s and just start scouting away at eliminations, and that's how they really lay themselves a fantastic foundation in terms of those eliminations. And then they go quiet, they've got that elimination foundation, and they just wait for placements, they wait for that chaos towards the end, which now that hasn't quite translated. And I agree with you, we often do see them center zone, but it's like that doesn't translate into the positions or the placements we would expect, right. And generally not the eliminations as well. So hopefully the change up here on Miramar will be what they need to step that forward.
Also, I think the other team that we're really looking through from Africa on this final day, you see them on your screens right now, Virtual Gaming, who are currently in last position. It has to be a team out of all of our 16, and Virtual Gaming are that team. But what is it really as well from Virtual Gaming here as that they need to improve too?
Oddly, Virtual Gaming were one of the most aggressive teams that we saw, especially towards the later stages. I do, sort of link them to Sanhok. They're a very, at least from what we've seen, they were fantastic on Sanhok. They had such good management of multiple team fights, finding themselves in those positions, managing to keep everyone at bay. They were very active. They made sure they keep their heads on a swivel and they keep their, backs in check. I'm not seeing that aggression coming through from them this time around. I'm not seeing them getting into those engagements, especially, I mean, obviously this is Miramar, this is a much larger map. It takes a while before teams generally do find each other, but I'm not seeing them finding themselves in a place where they are picking the fights. They're falling into fights, but they're not starting the engagements.
Yeah, and I think that's a crucial part about it with Virtual Gaming, is that I think they are falling into fights because their rotations aren't as adequate as they should be for this stage of a tournament. And I think that you are seeing them time and time again, every day, these examples showing up for Virtual Gaming where they are making these very unintelligent, I would say, actual rotations in, and I would go as far to say it as that, because you see them almost blatantly walking through these teams in their rotations and not really respecting the position that teams may have taken up inside of zone. And I think that lack of respect, or maybe just lack of awareness of these teams having these positions for Virtual Gaming, is costing them. Now, it doesn't always cost them their entire team. Maybe it only does cost them 1 or 2 members on these rotations, but I think that you are still seeing them struggle to utilize a broken up team of 2 or 3 players remaining to actually come out with any of these eliminations or these wins overall. And that's very different actually to how you see Nigma, for example, where they lost a member very early in that previous match. They were actually already in a position far out of the zone to avoid these fights and avoid taking fights and just playing for those placement points. And if they get points later on through eliminations, then that's also a bonus. But by virtual trying to go through these fights with lacking of members, that really does harm them in the long course of things.
Yeah, we saw that happen on Erangel as well, with teams picking up those early engagements. Looking for early engagements, we do see Rico Infinity spotting out Morteza, who is alone and a little bit afraid, as Rico Infinity are looking for that pincer maneuver. We do see Umbra in the vicinity, so they could technically get involved, but they do not have the information that YaLLa Esports is just behind them as well. If they take this move in, Rico Infinity have a good surrounding position here around Morteza, so regardless of what pathing you're taking, it might be done for. We'll see what's going to happen here, as Rico Infinity are applying quite a bit of pressure. I would be shaken. I'd be scared if I was Morteza right now.
He's not got a vehicle though, this is a problem. He's basically the piggy in the middle right now, is between these ping pong balls that are flying at him. And he's got to bat them back, but I don't think he has the capability to do so. It's a bullet that he's eating, and that is certainly not what he wants. You can see SK Ton from that third angle absolutely bullying Umbra's Morteza here. The rest of Umbra are beginning to make that rotation, so Morteza's doing an excellent job to survive. Now actually does have that support. Shadowin finds that knock onto Ida, and Prestige is forced away to relieve pressure on Morteza to actually get that revive. So brilliantly done to play around that rock and that vehicle, even though he had no form of escape, to understand that his team was coming in.
Yeah, they were just looking for that information. You know, you do not want to jump in here just blindly. Otherwise, you might be seeing yourself getting a few eliminations. But now the push is on. Rico Infinity looking for the confirmation. The Prestige will find Morteza with an immediate confirmation there by Ida. So Rico Infinity took a little bit longer than they would have wanted to, but they got their elimination. So the investment they made has at least paid off into one. Now looking at the rest, the rotation that they can take out of this, they're fairly unscathed. They have that full northern side to rotate up into, and they'll be left to their own devices. So they might be getting away with a little bit of something here. Rotations now still need to be finished for a few teams like Nigma Galaxy, who are a little bit split up into a 2-2 setup.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy is certainly going to be rotating. I think along that more northern side is how Nigma usually do rotate in Miramar. They don't tend to go for those straight along the road rotations and towards that northern end. They do tend to rotate across the mountainside. And I think Nigma, to see them actually come through though that road is certainly something different overall from them. I would have actually expected them, as we say, to pass by more of that higher side of power grid, even up towards that side of water treatment, and come down from the northern end of zone. But I think it's been because of the nature of that lower southern shift that has brought them down to this position from phase 2. And as we come into phase 3 here as well, another southern shift will amplify the need of that. But Nigma, they do have, I think, the hardest job along here, Umbra, to really rotate through all of these teams to try just find a position in the zone. It's going to be very difficult for them to do so.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the rotation that they have to take into this, you can see a few teams already setting themselves up beautifully. NASR towards that center position. You know, obviously neighbored with Ooredoo Thunders and G3 Tempo, once again, one of the first teams to get themselves into zone. So keen to see what they're going to be able to do with it. O1 Esports making their rotation as well, right alongside Virtual Gaming, who we can see here. We're just going to hold down onto the compounds, not going to get involved just yet. I mean, there's no real point with these rotations coming through, and they don't want to really, expose themselves to 90th minute, who also still need to finish their rotation.
I think there is one spot, however, in this zone, as dire as it is, and you can see 90th minute actually rotating to it here, as is this south side on the zone in towards Impala. There's this beautiful hillside that they're trying to go for that high ground advantage. Now, 90th minute, they can use that to great effect, but I think also you can see the other side of that being the teams from this lower ground, they do still have some sort of bushes, some sort of rocks here, some sort of ridge to protect themselves from the overall look of 90th minute. So as much as 90th do get a lot of the zone in information, they still have the backside that 0-1 can definitely capitalize on. And I think 90th minute actually splitting up there could have run a lot of risks had actually 0-1 been closer together and been able to punish maybe one of these members or two of these members beginning to move across that mountainside as well.
I mean, the rotations that we have to see now, Rico Infinity still yet to get into zone, but look who's up ahead of them. It's Slime4KT, who is currently being an obstacle in their way. They have to go through Slime4KT right now to get into the zone. Otherwise, they can take a little bit more of a southern approach, but then they go straight into Umbra. And the other side's not looking too great either. So now turning their attention, finding one, looking for another. Aimer is down. Oh, Pronto very low on the HP. Zeus trying to wild into that res position here. Plaza down low as well. Now the nade being cooked is going to try and bounce it off the wall. Maybe make the connection. Yes, it does. Zeus goes down, and that is the trigger here for Rico Infinity to get involved. They've got two members down. They're looking for the third and the fourth. Plaza going to get that med hit off. But now the flurry of Rico Infinity members as we get treated to a little bit of a car chase here.
Oh, but a car chase is always in Ida's favor, and down they run over. And Storm, the last to fall with their Piazza in 4KT. Now only Plaza, the one remaining. Yes, they do pick up one knock. It does harper the potential of now Rico Infinity Esports having the capability to defend in these future zones. But it's all going to be down to, I think, a blessing for them coming into this zone instead, as it has gone towards the northern side. And a lot of these teams who rotated down to the south, the strengths of Impala, they were one of the few strengths of this zone, no longer there. Is Intruder are diving on in. Very, very quick dispatch, though, of Falcons, is we only got to see the blink of it. But Ralph revived and Intruder up for eliminations.
Great job by Intruders here to pick up those 4 eliminations as they've now just opened their possibilities, their opportunities within the zone even further. They've pretty much cleared out that northeastern side of the zone. As they head into it, they should be relatively, well, unpressured, unscathed. Now NASR holding the line here, as we said, one of the first few teams to get into the zone. Now one of the later teams, as they do have to deal with Ooredoo Thunders making a rotation in alongside Nigma Galaxy coming through from the southern side. And now the attentions turn. Who is going to be taking the fight first? It does look like NASR holding the bunkers. And Nigma here, just in the valley, just trying to keep quiet, as NASR are trying to pick off anyone and everyone they can find.
NASR Esports definitely have a strong position on the edge here. We've got compounds. I'm curious to how Ooredoo are also going to rotate on in. I think Nigma Galaxy, they've actually also got a great position here, moving beside NASR. I like that they've been taking a slow approach, and if they've been sending 3 of their members around the backside, they don't have the full squad initially with them, because they were sending one member directly into the zone to try scout for information and give them a bit more freedom, which I think is perfectly fine. Nigma using that one player, they were having such a difficult time to get in onto that zone. So to find that position by having that patience and taking it slowly rather than trying to rush in like some of these other teams, definitely paying off for them so far.
I'm very scared for Rico Infinity now. The spread that they've got here in and amongst YaLLa Esports is not looking too good. They've already lost one member. And Skies now here, just behind the tree, is being spotted. It's like sharks in the water, just those vehicles right along the ridgeline. Smoke's going to be popped as the move needs to come through. Ida needs to be raised here so that Rico Infinity can try and get back into the action. YaLLa Esports might move off of that, but we turn our attention here to Conquerors and Intruders. Intruder looking for their next victim, and that might be Groza, who finds Hemo, though. A quick return does mean that Conquerors have at least one line into this action.
1-for-1 trade, though, and Weiss also almost taking down Caliga. That could have been a big turn of the fight, but Caliga does stay alive, so now is able to revive back up their health bar. Groza almost being blown up to the Jeep beside him. Is now repositions for Intruder. They make the revive onto Mo and look for that back foot on in.
Oh, the damage being dealt. Conqueror not looking too healthy. Caliga's still up for this. Groza as well. But it's going to be down to those 2 members to hold off. The mollies on Omar might do the job. But But those smokes need to be popped and the reses need to come through so they can get back up to their 3 members. Health was still not looking the way they would want them. Gallagher just going to get a bit of a haircut thanks to Omar, as Rauf trying to find a line into this one, but cautiously as so many fights are breaking out. We do see Ooredoo Thunders also finding YaLLa Esports. We're going to have to wait and see who's going to be coming out on top for that one. In the meanwhile, Conquerors, they've recovered just a little bit. They've got the HP back at least into somewhat white, but now they still have to deal with intruders.
They still also have the Warrior Virtual Gaming behind them, so that's why we can't step out from this BP bus, nor have to be the ability to step out there of the smoke. So Ralph actually doing a core position here to try punish Virtual Game. You saw that the knocks there go onto them to fend them off, but trying to fight those Virtual Game allowed now intruders to move further in onto this fight, and Wise is already there on top of them when they are ready to turn back onto intruders. They lose one now, and Rio, the only one remaining here to try hold off Mo, but it's going to be a slow death here for Conquerors. Mo will just choke them out surely with the rest of Intruder.
Hemo just looking for an opportunity to get into the action here, just looking for that angle, cautious as the rest of the team comes through, popping those smokes, getting a little bit of cover, and Hemo just on the high rise is gonna find Rio, and Conquerors go down to the hands of Intruder. We turn our attention here to 01 Esports and Twisted Minds, who are playing a little bit of ring around the rosy, ring around the container, but 01 Esports will be going down, and Twisted Minds back into the vehicles, back into that rotation as Rico Infinity go down. 90th minute now, finding Nigma Galaxy. Who's going to be coming out on top here?
Nigma send a nade across, but it misses. And Rauf slap adapts down by 90th minute. There they go down in 9th position overall. Is their 90th. Do continue to move further on into this zone. NASR, though, coming in behind too. They need to cross this road. The smoke road has been laden down. Now, a beautiful nade back onto G3. Buys the time for them, but they need to continue to smokes behind also. Is their 90th minute. Also closing in on the other direction. Even QHT there from the 3rd.
This is going to be a difficult position here for NASR to try and hold on, but it would definitely make it easier for them if they can take out G3 Temper. But Flacco steps up, he finds Miracle, he gets the cover for their team. NASR still trying to push on forward. It's Sixguard, it's Flacco to hold the line as they find another towards NASR. NASR holding behind the smoke, holding behind the line. Ragnarok has a nice little bit of information here towards Flacco. The turnaround comes through, a little bit of damage is dealt, but it's not quite the connection they need. And the stalemate comes through. Here's the push coming on in, and Ragnarok goes down to the floor. NASR down to Hassan, who is trying to find an angle, but is now officially the solo for NASR, who have tried to get themselves a little bit more space into the zone, a little bit more opportunities. But G3 Temper, come hell or high water, are staying alive.
G3, they are surviving, but don't think for much longer that they will be able to. They are getting pinned down here as...
Oh, this is such a difficult position for G3 Temper because, yes, they have dealt with the initial onslaught that was NASR, but now look who's joining the party. It is Virtual Gaming making a stand here on Miramar, looking for their opportunity into this one. They have the highest numbers, the highest members into this last couple of zones, into the last 8 teams. They just need to hold on to it. As Twisted coming on through from the northeastern side, there's a little bit of calm over the storm is coming on. And Weiss, the last remaining member here of Intruders. G3 still alive, still looking for those heals, still having to deal with Hassan, who's being a bit of a nuisance here.
Hassan, still NASR. Did you say they are continuing to put the pressure down onto G3? But G3 are holding. And surprisingly, who G3 have saved this utility, maybe are able to fend off NASR. Now, because NASR have been there for so long, waiting on the edge, NASR now are facing the issue of this zone, and they cannot get across this road. Yes, they may pin the side of G3, but they can't finish their crossing because G3 will be able to punish Hassan the moment he steps outside from this Jeep. And it is a stalemate until Hassan there goes down to the nade that there G3 were looking for. And finally, G3 can make some progress in onto this zone just in time as the zone comes in behind.
Oh, they definitely need to as well. Virtual Gaming already finding a beautiful position in the zone. Now turning their attention here towards Twisted Minds. A little bit of damage dealt, but nothing to run home about just yet, as a little bit of a return comes through. And the line of sight that all of these teams have amongst each other is absolutely crazy. We do have 3, make that 4 solos of 90th minute Ooredoo Thunders, Myth, and G3 Temper now, who have to deal with these final 2 teams. It's Twisted Minds and Virtual Gaming that have the best numbers into this. G3 Temper left to just heal it off outside the zone. Twisted Minds now looking towards Virtual Gaming as they snake up into the grass. The nades are going to be exchanged. A nice little bit of damage dealt to one shot. But Virtual Gaming, they still have the numbers. Twisted Minds have the uphill battle here to fight. Zeus goes down. Great opportunity here. Petrox now as well out in the open is going to go down. Virtual Gaming down to 2 as almost a confirmation comes through here on towards Petrox. And a little bit of return. Maybe a helping hand with 90th minute and Myths being sent back. At least now, coming on through. This is going to be a tough opportunity for Virtual Gaming and Twisted Minds. They needed to focus on the solos. They're going to find 90th. It's still Flacco, and it's still Twisted Minds.
It's just so good for Twisted Minds, though. Twisted, they're 2v4ing Virtual Gaming. Dami finally going down, finally struggling here for Twisted Minds, but they have done the damage. Enrolk is there to punish from the side, who took care of 90th minute on his solo, and now moves across to help the rest of his team. G3 also on the back end, and for Virtual, who had all 4 members standing in this game, had a zone given to them. They have fallen short in the last hurdle when it came to the team fights once again.
Oh, it is the battle of solos. Yes, one shot is technically still in this, but Alpha Luigi can't really go for the Resia, and that zone is going to center up as the teams need to make rotations. Relkus is going to be the first member of Twisted Minds and of this lobby to get into center zone. Ooredoo Thunders, they have QHT who can get further in, but it's going to be a difficult battle here for Virtual Gaming, who looked so strong now out in the blue. Alpha Luigi is going to have to stand up, and the moment he does, he will be taken down by Twisted Minds. Now it is the battle of solos between Twisted, G3 Temper, and Ooredoo Thunders here for the winner chicken dinner on Miramar. Flacco going to be getting a bit of a haircut. He's going to jump down, get those medkits up. Here's the question, though. Where's Ooredoo Thunders? Where's that last remaining solo that Twisted Minds does not seem to know about? Flacco is going to be focused, but QHT, lying in wait in the grass, has been left to his own devices.
He's got the zoner as well. G3 are in the zone. They're going to have to move further forward. QHT, who has been sat here, as you say, for eternity in this game, is very happy to do so. The push is providing excellent camouflage for him, and no one seems to notice that he is there. But G3, an unsuspecting victim here, does dance forward, and QHT still not going for him. It's Volkers that decides to go for the 1v1, and it's Volkers who goes down, but QHT steals the chicken dinner off of G3, and what a disaster there for Twisted Minds. It was, don't be baited by the graphic, QHT and Ooredoo Thunders winning that final exchange.
Picking up that winner chicken dinner. What? I'm still trying to process what happened there. I mean, Flacco's managing to stand up and take out Twisted Mind already. That was insane. I was like, yes, this is an opportunity for G3. But QHT doing exactly what they needed to do, staying quiet, waiting for the third party opportunity and picking it up at the perfect opportunity. Honestly, I want to hear the comms right now for Ooredoo Thunders. They must be shouting at QHT saying, thank you for that. We needed that.
Look, it was a fantastic showing, a fantastic series of patience, and a lesson in patience as we check out those match rankings to see just how far Ooredoo Thunders have now pushed themselves, as Twisted Minds taking those 23 total points, but Ooredoo slamming down in that second position with those 15 placement points in their 4 eliminations, helped by that final exchange at the end.
I'm so happy to say this, but G3 Temper in third place with 18 points, picking up that third place overall on Miramar and those 6 eliminations. 18 points definitely going to help them on that overall leaderboard. Virtual Gaming as well. Intruder, Team Myth. I see 4 African teams on this first page. It's been a while, but it's happening.
And it's 6 teams who are on the second page of the overall rankings here on the first page, as
Whew, I'm telling you, those overall rankings are looking spicy. Yes, we might not be seeing a crazy change coming through to pole position just yet, but there's some shifting going on to the latter half of the overall rankings. Absolutely. Rico Infinity as well, doing some sort of consistency, picking up those 6 points. NASR coming through as well, and really good aggression coming through from them to pick up the eliminations. Nigma, O1 Esports Conquerors and Slime picking up at least a few points, and unfortunately for Falcons and Umbra, it wasn't the game that they wanted. But that was a very interesting Miramar, and I'm glad to see that some of these new, well, not new teams, but the new names that we're talking about are coming through.
Yeah, I think Enigma as well. Surprisingly, they fell down, but even more surprising, I think, is that actually their Falcons and Umbra again having another bad game for them. So not having the greatest of final days here, as and I think definitely maybe it is the momentum beginning to fall for them. Got to hope that mentally they can recover as we do check out our MVPs though of the second match on Miramar. And I am very surprised to see two of the Twisted Minds members is they do, of course, I think Rolk is being more to two of them who did so much work, but Dami on the help of that 2v4 with his teammate too. I think the Twisted Minds were playing an absolutely phenomenal game when it came to the skirmishing towards the end of those games. The Flacker also stepping up for G3 and keeping him in that third position to give them that excellent placement point position and kills that they were looking for.
Absolutely stellar performances from all of these teams, and it was some much needed points, not only for G3 Temper, not only for Twisted Minds, but for Ooredoo Thunders as well, coming through with that winner chicken dinner. Oh, and that was a sneaky one. Coming through with that third party, the timing could not have been better. It was just beautiful. And that was the concern. Obviously, they don't know that. They don't see the outline in the grass. We did, and I sort of had that feeling that it was coming. But again, big shout out to QHT. Great timing, great initiative on that one. And an interesting Miramar. I think it really sets a little bit of a flame, a light for the African teams coming through with that Miramar, which makes me very excited. Like I said, I'm sorry, I'm biased. But hopefully we're going to be seeing more of those performances coming through in the rest of the day.
Look, I wanted to see it as well. I wanted to see these teams, and I'm one for also underdog stories, to see these teams who are struggling be able to step up and be able to have those phenomenal plays, whether it be G3 versus NASA, whether it be also, I think, you're looking at Ooredoo Thunders having that phenomenal position and knowledge of that small position that allowed them to take that win. But I think also you have to say, well, yes, that was one game. Now we also have to repeat that performance. So they got to show us that that wasn't those niche style of plays that we were talking about at the start of the day. We've got to make sure that now, with that confidence, with that energy renewed, with those good results that they've just had, can they repeat that now coming on to game 3 too?
Agree with you. Consistency is the key, and we've been saying that for all of the teams. And currently, the most consistent team is Nigma Galaxy, which is why we find them in pole position. And that is the key for any teams that they want to find themselves, that early foundation, those earlier games we saw in day 1, day 2, day 3, setting up that foundation for today. Like we said yesterday, it gives the teams that safety net. It gives the teams that opportunity that, well, if we missed Miramar, we missed Miramar. It doesn't matter. We're still in pole position. Still, the opportunity is there. Very curious as to what those overall rankings are going to be like. I don't know. I feel like there's some shifting happening.
I definitely feel there's some shifting happening, particularly their Falcons number, as we said, a second poor performance from them. I think definitely Nigma very comfortable on top. It's just a shame, I think, on the other hand, as we said, by those teams who are underperforming, who are also beside Nigma up top of that leaderboard. So missing out on the chance, as we were saying, for when Nigma do fall short, to be able to capitalize that and close the gap that they needed to try to catch Nigma in this final race of PMPL MEA Championship. But also, as I think you have to talk about some of these teams like Twisted Minds who are challenging that top. Yes, they have not been as consistent, but I definitely think the Twisted Minds have been one of the best team fighting teams. And we've got to see if we can do that, though, in game number 3 too, and continue their performance as we check out the best upper moments for Miramar. And we'll catch you guys after a short break. Welcome everyone back. 2 games down, 4 more to go at the last leg of the MEA Championship. Myself, Alan Wolf, and Ez here to join alongside me for the ride. But it is also alongside this ride, our beautiful sponsors, their Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner of the tournament, and also Oppo, the Oppo Renault series down there with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Renault 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. As it has been a surprise final day of the teams on top, starting I think with Intruder on game one, and then now as we check out the overall standings for the end of game 2, where Ooredoo took that steal of a chicken dinner from their Twisted Minds in G3.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds finding themselves there in that third place, slowly but surely climbing the ladder towards Nigma Galaxy, as well as YaLLa Esports, just 5 points away from that 200-point marker. As we said, Nigma Galaxy, all that they really need to do is they need to steadily but surely just continue getting some points, and then I think they should be good. This is going to be interesting, though. And of course, for the viewers at home, let us know on socials what you've been thinking about these games, because we are on to our third map of the day, the second Erangel that these teams have to deal with. And it's going to be an absolutely fantastic game, as we do see the flight path this time around being a little bit more centered.
A very central play path here for these teams to close this out on at least our journey here as for game number 3 here of Erangel. And I think honestly these teams have definitely shown the most diversity on Erangel. Actually, I think that Erangel is showing us the most change in ways that teams are trying to play, but also I love the fact that the zones, particularly that last one, challenging those teams, and I would love to see again another challenge of these teams in a certain direction. Where would you love this zone to go though?
Still want those bridges.
Ooh, bridges. Is that what we're looking for? We're looking for the bridge contest.
It's just crazy. It's crazy when it happens, and it's enjoyable to watch the teams having to stress. So I would love some bridges, but we've got a bit more of a western
sort of get the bridges. You've sort of got the bridges there on the north side. We've got George Paul bridges. We've got Roshok there towards the northern side bridge. So we're quelled on our need for bridges, but not what we were entirely looking for.
No. we want a little bit more of that military-based island, but it's okay. It's not too bad, and the teams are definitely going to be happy with that opportunity, because we do see quite a few teams already favoring that western side of Erangel. So yes, your most southern teams and maybe your more eastern teams like Virtual Gaming, Intruders, or Ooredoo Thunders are going to find themselves having to do a little bit more of a rotation in, but it's not too bad. It's still a good opportunity for them to get involved, and ultimately the fact is, we had that central flight path. We didn't have a crazy flight path to zone combination like we saw yesterday on Miramar. So I think the teams can thank the zone for now, for behaving. For now.
For now. It's only phase 1 note. We can still go naughty with the zone still coming into phase 4, phase 5. It has been that way for many of these zones in this competition. Not, I think, to the pleasure of these players. I think they would have certainly liked some more kinder zones for themselves, considering that we did have a more northern style BS Naya for game number 1. Then we had that really mean, difficult terrain on Miramar for game number 2, which was so open for these teams to navigate. Game number 3, we are hoping that we get some sort of calm in terms of these zones, as we say, but I think calm is going to at least be the word used for the first 10 minutes of this game, as these teams do continue their losing phase, and gives us a little bit of time here to talk more, I think, about some of these teams. And I think I want to start on here Ooredoo Thunders and Al-Hahi here in the rest of his team. QHT, of course, being the one that stepped up on that chicken dinner last game, but as much as they do have these high performances, I am still nervous in a way for Ooredoo, because they do tend to lose these players pretty early, and it's almost, I think, in a way, started by their positions on the map. And you can see here, for example, on Erangel, starting down on that south bridge, they're always potentially going to have that concern of getting caught on the bridge. We've seen it previous days of where we do lose members.
Yeah, I mean, even in that game there with Miramar, just had one member there towards the end. That was all that they had to work with here. So I would love to see a little bit more of those numbers being packed through into the later phases of the zone, maybe earlier rotations. It's going to depend, though, on what Conquerors are doing, because they're currently holding the monopoly on that Western Bridge rotation onto the mainland. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to split off and give that space that, Ooredoo Thunders actually need, or maybe they're going to take a little bit of rotation on a boat. A boatation, as DK likes to call it. But,
like it.
I mean, finding themselves there on that second page in 11th, with 151 points, they have reached that, triple-digit mark.
Yes.
Conqueror, Rico Infinity, Intruder Africa, those are the opponents that they need to get taken off the board, even NASR Esports, if they want to find themselves on that first page.
I think for sure also that first page definitely looking a little bit different now that these teams such as Falcons and Umbra also struggling in this final day of tournament. And I think also Umbra, another one of those teams, they are really going to struggle to come up here to Nigma Galaxy, based, I think, probably on the fact that they are, again, one of these teams that do tend to lose members very early on, in the nature of their very risky, sometimes, rotations that they do tend to do on these first, second, third phase zones. Yes, I think that Umbra have the individual skill and they have the team fighting skill, which is why you see them so high on the leaderboard initially. You even saw them in that pole position for a while at the beginning of the tournament too, before Nigma came up to Resurgence. But I think it's because they haven't been as consistent as we say as Nigma Galaxy that it's been why they haven't had as bigger performance. And we were saying 2 days ago, I believe it was with DK, that we were mentioning, well, if Umbra had been as consistent as previous, maybe they could have been even higher than Nigma here.
It definitely could have been an opportunity, but now with them falling back into 6th place, it's giving opportunity for teams like NASR Esports, like Intruder Africa, Rico Infinity as well, who started that aggression yesterday. And an interesting fact, Rico Infinity, as well as Twisted Minds and Nigma Galaxy, the only teams currently with triple digits in terms of elimination points. I mean, you've got teams like YaLLa Esports and O1 who are close, still sitting in those 90s, but you can sort of see where the focuses lies. I mean, with O1, even Falcons, they're the teams, and Intruder Africa, they're the teams that really thrive on placement points and maybe fall a little bit shorter on those eliminations. Nigma Galaxy, a team that has triple digits for both placements and kill points, which is why we find them in that pole position. They've been having that good set of balance. And O1 Esports, slowly but surely being the team to catch up as well. So, just a little bit of interesting things about numbers. DK's not here, so I had to do it. But looking into the rest of these maps, rotations are going to be very interesting. Already quite a few teams finding themselves center zone, trying to get set up like G3 Temper right now, turning their attention here towards Myth.
Yes, still, though, a very far away position from G3 Temper. Two of these teams not really in the mood for fighting. I think Mist, though, not really in the mood here, is Conqueror also do jump in and steal away the buildings. They're on Miramar solo, not able to obviously take that fight versus a full team with Conqueror. We'll just retreat back, understanding that Conqueror are nearby to the rest of his team as they do center themselves up further in towards that Gatka position. I think this zone definitely going to play a lot around this Gatka field side, and I think a lot of these teams can be crossing around Gatka, so I really like actually the position that Conqueror here, and also Mist to an extent hold, is they are both going to be able to take an eye out on these teams and the rotations of teams coming in from particularly that more eastern side of Erangel, coming in at the end now of phase number 1, phase number 2 shortly arriving here.
Some rotations that concern me. We mentioned this briefly. Falcon Esports alongside Virtual Gaming and Slime 4KT coming through from that more Severny side. Falcon a little bit more towards Rozok, might be entering just behind NASR Esports. Shoulder to shoulder rotations, and a little bit later with the rotations we can see a few of them finding themselves still in zone. But the entry pass that they have to take in might be a little bit more challenging if these teams don't actually give space. Thankfully for Virtual Gaming and Slime 4KT, O1 Esports have actually decided to go a little bit more towards that Zaki area or that northern Georgia Pool area, as they're busy making that rotation currently towards shooting range. So they have the space, but Falcon Esports coming through from that eastern side of the zone, so many teams that they're going to have to deal with, Jake.
I think definitely it's going to be a lot of clustering of those teams, as you say, coming into phase number 2. I wouldn't expect too much of an issue, though, coming into that phase 2 point. These teams should still continue, I think, to avoid each other and keep to that trend of trying to focus on that position coming into the zone, especially considering that they aren't in the zone, particularly here for Falcons really as a whole, or also Slime as an entire team, only now beginning to come into the end of that phase 1. But it will shift over to phase number 2, and it will be of a central here zone. And we asked for kindness, we asked for calm, and we have been delivered here as.
Oh, nice and center. Gives all of the teams the opportunities they need. A few later rotations, but this is where the chaos is going to begin. We still have all of our teams up and ready and Atom to take on each other, to take on the mountain of teams that they need to get rid of as we move into the later phases. As you can see, the board is looking so pretty. There hasn't been a single elimination up until this point. Nigma Galaxy now finding a little bit of action here towards Myth as they're looking for that rotation here. Brody is going to be going down. Nigma going to be finding at least one as they hold their position here, making sure they're not giving any real estate up. They want this control.
They do want this control indeed, and as Myth in an awkward position here is become crashing down. Essentially, some skirmishing of YaLLa scouting out for Rocky, and may have to go back towards the rest of his team as yes they do. So come to here, YaLLa continuing their control across the map as they further cement themselves in on this second phase. I love again YaLLa's position here of the Everest side. We have seen the faults in which YaLLa do tend to get overextended into one fight. G3 again looking to try and potentially punish YaLLa. Now I am hoping the here Hopen will avoid being also drawn into that fight and continues to scout out the opposite ends, because this was a real concern for YaLLa as these teams do move across that bridge from Georgia Pole. How are they going to control these squads coming by their own location here on Everest?
Very interesting indeed to find them already. I mean, it's an opportunity for them as Everest is in zone, get that high rise, maybe even pick off a few teams. But yeah, I would be concerned, especially a team like YaLLa Esports now pulling on through Georgia Pool, coming right behind them. Maybe making a beeline for Everest. Nigma Galaxy, though, they have scouted out a little bit of action here with Falcon Esports as well. Never alone, running a little bit in the open here, just going to be finding a few bullets flying across the air, but no crazy connections just yet. Everyone is still up and ready and at them. We do have seen a few eliminations going through, some crazy sniper shots in the feed as well. Rico Infinity was at least unfortunately the recipient to one of those, but nothing crazy just yet. We haven't seen team wipes. We're waiting for these teams to really punch it and go for those engagements, as they do have to make the rotations into the zone. But surely no one wants to be the first team to go back to the lobby.
Certainly not, considering that we have so few games here now or so to get those points and to avoid falling down further on that leaderboard. Nigma, obviously, I'm sure, are aware that they do need to continue these good games. There is still 4 games left and still chance and time for Nigma to potentially be usurped by those second and third place teams. Very close behind them is G3 vote in the fight versus 01 and Yamaz in a solo here, but can't quite find the finish. Yes, finally does get the elimination onto 1, but here the rest of his team are being brutalized as G3 from the back end. Absolutely the punish that they were looking for onto 01 coming in.
Oh, Flacco holding a brilliant position here. A line of sight onto 01 Esports is going to send out a bit of a nade here to see if they can get the connection. 01 Esports, they do have control of the compound, at least for the time being, but the push has to come through from G3 Temper if they want to get the recovery, if they want to get their teammates back up and at him. So Flacco going to be moving into the room, actually going to go for the res right alongside the members of 01 Esports.
No way.
Obviously, they don't know what we know, but this is absolutely crazy if they're able to pick this up, and they do. Waden is back up. His HP is not looking too good, but G3 Temper have made a move into this compound. They have control of the lower side of the building.
And that nade as well to push back YaLLa so we can ensure the healing comes through too. But there come even more utility. And there goes Boyden straight back down. There goes Flacco straight back down again. And 0-1 with the turn. Yes, they now lose YaLLa as Flacco actually was able with the extra end of his own Molotov be able to find that final flush. But C-Mind is just not able to find a trade. Saif as well on the back end. And C-Mind getting punished, as you can see from the back end of that play by 0-1.
Oh, and Six God, unfortunately, not in a position to really get involved at all. Just having to watch their teammates go down as a little bit of return from Haman does go through the window, not making the connection. But 0-1 Esports, they have unfortunately lost one. They can or should get the recovery, but 90th minute, as you mentioned, coming on through, getting that confirmation. Safe going to be going down. And now there's an opportunity here for 90th minute to get a bit of third-party action going as we do see the vehicles coming on through. They're going to be picking off 0-1 Esports. Jabal taking quite a bit of damage here as a return has to come through. There's a second knock on towards 90th minute now. 0-1 Esports still holding the line, waiting for the onslaught that is 90th minute. They have to hold the angle. They're going to be popping out a nade. Is going to be finding one. Gaith is going to be going down. And Haman is still alive, but for how much longer as the rest of the 90th minute players come through? Is going to be looking for that flank angle. Is going to be finding one.
Beautiful sneak indeed. And there Humam also gets it. Gets the elimination point, but can they get a rest? Humam diving on into 90 minutes. ZT looking for the flush, looking for the 1v1, but Gaif also gives the information away. Humam goes back into the smoke, but can't dodge out death long enough. And ZT cleans it up. 0-1 third party in G3. Sixth God just watches from distance.
I mean, I don't think he wants to get involved anytime soon.
I think they could go for this. I think they should be going for it. I think that now, honestly, as there's a time. If you see all of those destructions on the kill feed, on the elimination feed, and G3 had been having that moment to walk in. Now, Ooredoo, also the fourth party, here to look on into this fight as it's been going on for so long. Maybe it was good. In hindsight, the G3 hadn't gone because they might have succumbed to their Ooredoo also rotating in. But all at the same time, they definitely could have punished 90th minute harder than just by watching on.
Instead, they used that time to get C-Mind to crawl all the way to the building that Six God was in to get that res popped off. And now Ooredoo Thunders looking for the focus on towards 90th minute. I mean, even Myth is getting involved with this engagement. And this is all happening outside of the zone as it does shift towards the center. 90th minute now being taken out. And Ooredoo Thunders, they have control of the compound. But do they know the G3 temper is lying in wait? They've been quiet. They haven't gotten involved as far as Ooredoo Thunders could see, at least. Oh, out in the open. Rex is going to be going down to the perfect crosser here from Six God. It was there. It was like on a silver platter. They had to take it.
And now Six God has to confirm that elimination because he didn't get that elimination onto Six God.
Bit of a change up now. G3 temper. They have unfortunately exposed themselves for that cheeky little down. Now, Ooredoo Thunders looking for the return on investment. C-Mind going to be going down. Six God now still left alive here for G3 temper. And has to be it all, but no. Smoker comes through with the nade of a lifetime. An instant confirmation that G3 Temper is back in the lobby alongside Virtual Gaming now, as rotations have to send into ruins and teams have to make up the time that they've lost with these engagements outside the zone.
As well, one there, Falcons also falling down ever alone, caught out by Nigma on a rotation on in. Ooredoo, not done yet though. Also, as we flip back onto them, 6 eliminations so far. They start by outstorm there from 4KT, who is also crossing later in, of course. 4KT making that wider rotation knit through from Stauber. May have cost them by rotating so late, but we'll have to see if they can survive that next rotation in onto shift number 4. CONQUEROR also by the side here of Nigma Galaxy. Have been watching on to that fight. They do know that someone is there. They heard the shots as Falcon Ever Alone did fall. The Nigma Galaxy also know that there is a player lying in wait and do smoke up the opening chances that CONQUEROR may have had.
A lot of the teams still towards the outskirts of the zone. It's only really YaLLa Esports, Umbra, and Rico Infinity who find themselves within center, as NASR is also now moving in. These teams, they do not want to be the first to make the move. They do not want to be caught out as the rotations have to be made. You can see this shot coming through from Hamady, just spotting the head of Falcon Esports. And being able to confirm those numbers, really going to be able to bolster the gap that they've already built on this overall leaderboard.
Listen, Mines, too. They step further back on into this zone as they also find their position and their footing inside this open, actually, zone here. Very difficult for these teams. A lot of those more, I think, eastern side teams going to struggle. NASR, Intruders, especially coming through from that ruin side, as we do see all of Miss there fall apart on the kill feed. Ooredoo, again, finding more eliminations for themselves. But yeah, go back to this zone here. You can see it's half and half on ruins and over towards the fields behind the hilltops there. And YaLLa, by far, I think we could argue here, have the strongest position. But that small compound that they have just to the north side of that ruins and north of this zone, if they get this in the next shift, they are certainly looking very comfortable. But it just goes away from them.
Ooh, just on the edge, unfortunately. YaLLa Esports will not be zone blessed. Instead, Falcon Esports find themselves at least the closest for the time being to that center zone, as they are still trying to get there into safety. Twisted Minds now being a little bit rushed here by Nigma Galaxy. Raouf out of the vehicle we go, finds the second. And those are going to be 2 instant confirmations for Nigma Galaxy. Means only Rolkis now left alive and has to hightail it out of here if they possibly can into the zone. But they have to deal with intruders on the back line as well, who need to make their rotation in. Oh, this is a scary position if you're Twisted Minds.
Intruders driving further forwards, in onto the hands of Rolkis. Still holding firm, though has that extra bit of the hill to protect Rolkis. Nigma Galaxy cannot currently see Rolkis, but they may know someone is there by the sounds of it. As the vehicle engine starts up, they definitely know something's going on top of that hill, but Rolkis is already out of there, trying to find a position in his zone, and now the fight is left here between all of their Nigma Galaxy members, and also Intruder still to cross on this roadside.
NASR might join the party though. Looking at the rotation they're making, they might head in right into, at least Intruder, at least I thought for that second. And no, they're going to be focusing on the zone, but they could be keeping Nigma Galaxy and Intruders from getting into safety, depending on the position that they're going to be taking up here. Rolkis still alive, still just snaking in the grass, hoping no one's going to be finding them, while Ooredoo actually now falling victim to CONQUEROR. And YaLLa Esports finding Rico Infinity. The feed is lighting up as we do see, unfortunately, everyone just finding each other and starting to pick away at those numbers.
Oh, that nade, though. It was the shots. No, it wasn't nade, sorry, should I say. The shots coming through also to 4KT. Is Intruder there, finding the one onto Nigma. That should be the go button. Also, YaLLa in her own fight versus Rico Infinity on a small screen. As you can see, both fights kicking off. Intruder losing down to Nigma as they clap back. Rico Infinity, though, not so lucky, as YaLLa still in control in the lower third. Is still Nigma contesting with the blue zone, also closing in. Gonna hurt though Intruder more. Initially is Freak trying to find his position, but here come round the side the rest of Intruder coming back onto Nigma Galaxy. Finds one, finds two, Lord finds three. Can he find the fourth? No, he can't. In behind the smoke there, Raouf heals back up, but the zone is doing the damage, doing the work. But Lord is decimated through, and there finds a quadra kill.
You have got to be kidding me. Nigma Galaxy finding a way out of such a terrible position, and now it's Team Umbra looking for the onslaught onto NASR, but there's some explosions to deal with here as Ragnarok goes down. Umbra making this push. They want these eliminations, they want this position, and they want NASR Esports sent back to the lobby, and they get it. 6 teams now left as they need to make rotations in, and look at the spread coming through from Falcon. They have pretty much the northern and southern side of the zone, but they are only 2 members to deal with.
Umbra as well, looking to try come down the hillside, in onto the zone, but YaLLa all the way from the other end of his zone, spied down upon them. Nigma Galaxy also in behind him, also looking now after a long extended fight there with the rest of Intruders, and now a position inside of the zone. But it's all that zone in control of Falcons, but how long can he keep that control? Only is a solo duo here, this solo there of CONQUEROR and 4KT also entering onto the zone too.
Galaxy still in this alongside Umbra, who are looking for a push. They're looking for an opportunity here on Erangel to take this further. Lord needing to just heal up a little bit before they move on in. And looking at it, Youssef is holding the line in zone, is looking towards either Nigma Galaxy or Team Umbra to keep them out as Slime4KT get confirmed back into the lobby. Again, the spread from Falcons, they do have pretty much control of the zone, but it's only 2 members from Falcon to deal the damage. Looking at this though, Youssef doing quite a bit of damage is going to be going down. Hamidi up close and personal. There should be a confirmation as well, so Damar will have to be left alone as the last remaining member of Falcons. But look at this change up from Nigma Galaxy. They're happy to take Umbra as well, as Morteza is the only member alive and already been spotted out by YaLLa Esports.
And Umbra are feeling the wrath of Nigma. Nigma, they needed a good game to solidify their position on top. Double-digit eliminations for them. They are looking so strong. The only other team to contest the members here is YaLLa, but YaLLa barely on the edge of his zone with no cover now to protect them. They have to move further forward to find more tree lines to protect them.
Coming through from that northern side, it is YaLLa Esports looking for an opportunity, is going to be finding Damar, doing quite the amount of damage, and it will be enough to confirm that Falcons get sent back into the lobby. CONQUEROR still with the solo, with River still alive, snaking in the grass, but it is YaLLa, the 3 from YaLLa and the 3 from Nigma Galaxy that have our focus right now.
You gotta do
If
what
this
you
can
gotta
go
do.
the way for CONQUERORs, they need to be taking the fight.
Gotta do what you gotta do for Conqueror here. They should at least survive to this potential second position if they can hold their position away from the eye line of Nigma and YaLLa. Certainly going to be tricky to do so. Anything, even a smoke, would give their position away, and Conqueror would become the next target of either of these teams. But still, the focus is on each other. YaLLa still definitely honed down, though, onto the smoke line, and it's down to the next dissipation of these smokes to figure out where the new position of these members are. But Hamodi getting knocked down, that is not what you want. Is a cross in between the smokes, a high angle shots through from YaLLa, reduce him down to 2.
Freak and Lord still alive behind the smokes, but unfortunately not a lot of cover to deal with in this grass, trying to find an opportunity, an angle onto Ragnar. As a solo from CONQUERORs just snakes in the grass, just stays quiet as they watch their opponents doing the work for them. It is YaLLa Esports coming through from this northern side, dealing the damage to Nigma Galaxy, who are now in the zone as well. It's only Freak left, and YaLLa Esports are looking poised and ready to take this winner chicken dinner on our Erangel, our second Erangel of the day. They just have to find these 2 solos. I mean, Freak left in the blue right now, just having to heal off. And then it's the one remaining solo from CONQUERORs that could be an opposition. But a 3v1 is all that stands in YaLLa Esports' way to get that winner chicken dinner. And they fantastically do.
YaLLa looking very much on top of this final fight versus Nigma. But they had their high ground position. They had such a powerful position coming into those final few zones. But I think YaLLa, on the other hand, they fought through also Rico Infinity Esports. They had a hard time of teams to fight through, and they did do the work, getting all of those eliminations along the way. But you have to mention that as we check out those match rankings here, as Nigma Galaxy also had a fantastic showing there. Just a point behind YaLLa is a steal, of course, away those 15 placement points.
And this is a stark reminder for the rest of the teams that unfortunately Nigma Galaxy is the team that they've been chasing on pole position. So that any points that Nigma Galaxy are getting is just a deterrent to the rest of the teams. It just makes that gap wider for them to try and catch up to pole position, which Nigma Galaxy have just added another 22. That's ridiculous, and unfortunately for these teams, I think it's going to be harder for them to try and fight that first position. But second and third are still up for grabs, and YaLLa Esports picking up 23 points, with Conqueror also finding 17. A good set of numbers to add to their tally. Unfortunately for some of the teams on this page, like 01 Esports, who have been pushing, like Intruder, who have been pushing to try and close the gap, and Twisted Minds, it wasn't the game that they wanted.
I think also it is, again, a disappointing showing from some of these same teams. It's a shame that we don't see the majority of those teams that performed well in the second match, again, stepping up. But I think we also should have a nod towards actually Ooredoo, who, despite only getting 1 placement point and actually falling down fairly early in that third match, did pick up 9 elimination points and were the third highest team for overall eliminations in that match itself. So doing a lot of work, and I think, yes, you could argue, oh, well, they got a little bit blessed by the fact that they came in for all of those eliminations up towards that northwestern side, but they handled it very, very well indeed.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, it's not an easy thing to jump into an engagement like that. Any sort of third party, especially in a compound where you don't know where everyone's laying in snake in the grass. Coming through, they managed to clutch it out. They managed to pick up more eliminations right after that. So they did the damage, they did the work that they needed to, and they definitely made sure that they were going to get points one way or another. So coming through, fantastic performance from them, and a fantastic winner chicken dinner in the previous game. So they're also making a very steadily climb up those leaderboards.
Look, I definitely think that clearly you are starting to see, though, on the other hand, the same teams kind of show up time and time again. Now, Nigma are, of course, one of those teams, but I think also YaLLa actually have been really improving over this tournament. And I think that now you see them definitely having a lot better results. It's almost a shame in the first 2 days, particularly that first day for YaLLa, that they didn't do all that well because the last few days they've been doing phenomenally. And as we check out those MVPs, I'd be surprised not to see a member of YaLLa over there, but certainly also Nigma Galaxy joining them too. Freak with almost 1,200 damage alone, only 4 eliminations. But you can see the work that they were putting in for their team. Al-Hahe there for the most eliminations, taking those 5 in total, and Ragnar, as we expected, and YaLLa taking so much away from all of those teams to the end.
Beautiful performances coming through from these teams, and we're officially at the halfway point for today, which means we only have 3 more maps left for these teams to pick up as many points as they can, climbing that ladder or that leaderboard, as I was trying to say earlier, and ultimately getting closer and closer to the pole position. But that's going to be it from Erangel and, of course, from myself and Highland Wolf. As we're going to head into those upper moments, we're going to head into break. And it's going to be not break, apparently.
Not break, because we got a crate here. Jumping on in to you guys at home is realistically here, as I find, and if you
I've got it. Don't worry,
your...
I got it. The
You got it,
PMPL 2022 special crate is on sale. You can get it in game after May 25th. And all of the championship players are wearing this fantastic, very colorful set as well. So make sure you go and get it. It's looking absolutely spicy. I'm just saying that that first spring set is looking so good. I'm not even looking at the parachute or the gun. I'm just looking at that first set.
Man. I was trying to find it. I was trying to find the shank pool because I got so excited, but I missed it. But Ez, take us away.
No, it was an absolutely stellar performances from these teams. And I think what we also need to focus on is the fact that a lot of these teams are having opportunities to showcase what they've been capable of, and now they get to show that on a bigger stage, on a larger platform. So it's been an absolute treat for us to witness, but also for the viewers at home. We want you to let us know on social media what you've been thinking of these performances. How have the teams that you've been waiting for performing? Are they going the way that you wanted them to go? Are they playing a little bit different? Let us know on social media. There's on Facebook, there's Nemo TV, TikTok, Instagram. Let us know. We want to hear from you what you've been thinking of the PMPL EMEA champs and who you think is going to be those first, second, and third winners. But that is actually this time all that you're going to be hearing from me and Jake as we head to an opera moment and a break. And after the break, you'll be joined by DK and Hipbrain. We're going to take you through all the action. Thank you so much.
everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL MEA. I'm HitBrain, and I'm joined by DK as we're getting ready to go into the latter half of our final day here at this championship. Things are getting still relatively spicy, DK. Before we talk about that, though, I believe we have the overall standing, so we can just take a quick measurement of where we are right now in this tournament. Sitting at the top, it is Nigma, and they have mounted themselves a pretty catastrophic for other teams' lead, but a very, very comfortable position for themselves to be in. 0-1 and YaLLa, and an amazing bounce back from these guys to get themselves into that second and third place. And the one I really want to hit on is Team Umbra. They have slipped a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty tough run across the board, if we're being honest here. But you know what? C'est la vie, right? That's just the way the cookie crumbles. As we know, teams have a great opportunity to step up and showcase their performances. But we also got to talk about the players there from Intruder Africa. As we can see, already 4 winner chicken dinners locked on in. And they have now come into pretty close contention, looking to potentially challenge a position much higher up. And in fact, if we look at these overall rankings, right, all the way from second position, moving down to round about that 11th position, right? There's a lot of contention coming on in. As you look here, you can see not a lot of points really separating those teams. So, of course, we also got to be looking at the players there from 90th minute, Slime 4KT, G3 Temper, as well as Team Myths and Virtual Gaming. Looking to see whether or not they'll be able to step up with a few of those surprise performances, looking to add in a few more points on the overall leaderboards and maybe lock in an extra bit of that prize money.
Yeah, I think for this bottom half of the table, it very much is try to climb the tables as much as possible to sort yourself out as much of a point lead, and potentially not a point lead, but accrue yourself as much from the prize pool as you can. But also, potential upset here. A team like Intruder Africa, a couple good rounds where some of these bottom teams knock out some of these bigger teams early on. Like you see the likes of Umbra dropping more and more games, and Intruder, honestly, Cinderella story from these guys. They have done absolutely incredible from going from a team that low-key yesterday I had kind of written off until the game started. Then they started to really pick up some wins and looking very, very promising as a team, and potentially could climb the ladder even higher. It's going to be one hell of a performance if they're going to try and take that first spot, but realistically, they could look to try and aim for potentially a top 5 position. I don't think it is out of their grasp at all. As we're dropping in onto Sanhok for our 4th game of the day. All to play for, and I love Sanhok because it was a bloodbath last time yesterday.
Yeah, and it was pretty thirsty to see the teams getting into some beautiful engagements. But gotta say, a lot of excitement coming through as we make our way into the jungle to see where the teams are going to be dropping down, and of course also what that first initial zone will be bringing along with it. As we know, first phase, especially the flight path, also then on Sanhok, not too essential, right? Flight path still allowing the teams to reach pretty much everywhere across this map, but now they are going to have to try and work their way on through. A lot of potential contention that can come through, but to add a little bit of a cherry on top, we do see that zone also now taking a bit of a swing down over in towards that southwestern side of the zone as well.
I'm pretty sure every Sanhok zone has been on this island, or like on the islands. I am absolutely sure of it. As you can see on the minimap, we've already had a fatality in this. The Slime have opened up versus YaLLa, and YaLLa have picked themselves up a kill. Very needed for them. They're having an amazing recovery. They ought to pick up an elimination already, get themselves some extra points. Really, really big stuff for them, but they are not done. They are looking. It's Ragnar just peeking over the window, looking for Plaza. Plaza pinned somewhat here. It's Ragnar looking to actually reposition, waiting for the rest of the team to come around. Powerful now also hunting Plaza. Plaza has to be so careful. YaLLa are very much aware that he's there. He's looking to push up aggressively here. Goes past. He's going to take a whole bunch of spray here. Plaza able to find the knock onto him. Can't think he can find the finish up, though. He's going to have to jump over the wall, jump down into the outside part of this building. And Plaza now making his way potentially back up into this building. Slime holding on. No, don't worry.
Ooh. Well, they were holding on to something. Not quite sure what that was, but as we can see now, YaLLa also down they go, only to Ragnar. A potential race could be coming through over on towards Powerful, as we do see them now succeeding. But now, this is where we see the players from 4KT having to look to reposition. Zeus is going to be the last remaining hopeful, but a super aggressive start coming through here for the side of YaLLa.
Yeah, very, very aggressive start, and able to farm as many elimination points could be the difference maker. Sanhok obviously meaning a lot of teams do share early. So we do see some of this kind of early bloodbath as Myths, Rico Infinity actually in a somewhat close proximity to one another. Many Prestilage, he's a little bit isolated from the rest of his team for the moment, so he's looking to try to rotate through and join up with the rest of his team. As Myths actually look to pressure up here. Broly can take a couple of shots from Prestilage, but not enough to really stick or be anything significant. But Prestilage now being chased down by Broly, looking for a bit of revenge here. Might be able to take the high ground over here. Actually spotting out another member of Rico Infinity. Looks like they're just going to cool it off for the moment.
Yeah, Prestige definitely just holding up there in the danger zone. And now we do see a few more hits coming through there from Ida. Also looking to see if they can pick up a little bit of that trade. But Myth now all starting to huddle up behind that wall. The tensions continue to build, the mollies all over the place. But again, this is a good exchange, a good healthy engagement coming up into its Paradise. I do believe that it's potentially our first one that we've actually seen throughout this event. But look at that, Prestige just stepping up, finding a beautiful hit right there on towards Moment. Broly quickly looking to step on through, bring in a little bit of that assistance. But now the pressure is on. Will Rico Infinity be able to rush on forward and maybe pick up the squad wipe onto Team Myth?
Oh, Ramsey has spotted out Prestilage. He's looking to reposition as Broly going to get inside the building. Looking to reposition as now this is getting heated for Myths. People are dropping left, right, and center. But they've only got one down for the moment. They're going to get a second one to follow as well, as Prestilage now looking to push up and potentially get himself a takedown. Finish this up. As Ramsey on that high ground trying to do something, but it is not going to be enough. Myths will be the first victims of Sanhok.
Yeah, well, a really, really great start coming through there for Rico Infinity. All they got to do now is look to the top and look to see whether or not they can get themselves secured. But of course, the next order of business is going to be for Rico to get themselves situated back in towards that zone. They, of course, do have a little bit of company right there alongside them, that being the players from Virtual Gaming, starting to rotate on through from that northern position. But now, as we look all the way down to that far southern edge, it is going to be the side here of Umbra and, of course, Nigma Galaxy, waiting to see if any of these potential angles could be opening up. And who knows, maybe you could be seeing a bit of an engagement coming through as well.
Yeah, could be looking to see that, but it looks like they might just be calling it for the moment. Remember, Umbra having a pretty rough go of it so far. So if they were to win a fight here, could pay some dividends for them, potentially reclaim a couple of spots on that ladder, as they have slipped out first from day one. Nigma are a team sitting quite comfortably at the moment at the top. So if they're able to take down Umbra, take down a team that could potentially challenge them for that top spot, it'd be devastating for the side of Umbra.
Yeah. I mean, there could be a lot of devastation coming up through, and of course now it is going to be the players here from Virtual Gaming looking to see if they can apply a little bit of that pressure on towards Rico, as Rico loses their first player, but now 3 more remain. Virtual Gaming coming in on pretty good numbers here, still having the entire squad ready to get a bit of that pressure applied. But now Ida keeping a very watchful position here. I'm liking this play coming through though from Rico, right? We did see some great confidence coming in, so I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to bounce back from this performance, especially now that we see Virtual Gaming coming in from this northern rotation. But of course, look at that. We do see SK Ton and Prestige also now looking to see whether or not they can just provide that extra layer of support over on towards where we see Ida situated.
Does look like it, but for now, Ida actually making a very, very long flank, keeping his eye out to see if he can see anybody. It looks like that action may just relax momentarily, as Intruder now near G3 could look to try and get themselves a couple more elimination points, look to potentially get that climb. 4 chicken dinners under this team's belt now across the last 4 days, and they have been having a unbelievably good recovery in the last couple of days. So good fight here. Get himself a couple of eliminations, get himself a little bit closer towards that top spot. It's in reaching distance of them, but it's all on them to make sure that they can get a grip on it and take it for themselves. G3 Temper, fortunately a team who haven't quite had the same level of performance as some of their African counterparts. And because of that, not so high on the standings, but it looks like these teams are just keeping an eye on each other. Nobody really willing to pull that trigger. and start this engagement. So it looks like it may just kind of simmer out a little bit. Teams may just wait to see where these circles are going to be going, because Intruder right now quite comfortable as they are, I believe, inside the circle. So I'm just having a quick look at the map.
Yeah, smack dab center zone. That is where they find themselves. Of course,
Yes, they
Umbra
are.
also going to be looking to see if they too can contest for a potential play here. So loving these rotations coming in, and instead also looking at the kind of positioning we have across the board. A few more teams having to come through with those rotations, but center zone is where we're going to be seeing a lot of that congestion now coming in. So we've got Intruder, we've got players here from Umbra, also got 01 Esports just situated over on towards that western side. So if PRZ is going to be looking to potentially claim a compound, they have to be quite cautious, as they could get spotted out at a moment's notice. And we know from that point onwards, it is going to be quite chaotic, as we've got so many teams within earshot of each other.
It's Sanhok, though. It's so tight. It's so almost claustrophobic. You're so on top of everybody else that, you know, you do fire a shot, you know there's going to be a bunch of other people around who will hear that shot go off. As going to see where this circle takes us. Closing in. Question for me is, where is it going to go? Is it going to continue in a more southern direction, or maybe a little bit of a kooky and a crazy redirection? No, it seems to be pretty centralized still. So a bunch of teams going to be fairly happy with that. CONQUEROR quite far away, actually, off in the distance. So they are just going to be taking a little bit more chill. There's Ooredoo Thunders as well. Also, still in that blue, but remember, it is that Sanhok blue, so it's not quite as potent. It seems to have a little bit more free time to be able to farm up and then head in.
Well, you know what? We've seen a lot of teams getting distracted by the blue juice, right? Just sipping on blue, and then all of a sudden they find themselves in that fifth phase, and then there's no more opportunity, right? You kind of oversatisfied yourself with that, and instead you need to look to get yourself repositioned and actually out of the harmful damage that comes on through. Well, I guess damage is usually harmful, but of course we also now see the players there from 01 Esports and Umbra having a little bit of a tussle, a bit of a back and forth. Saif now also getting knocked right on down, and now it turns down to Humam and Yamads to try and hold over to their position that we see over in towards Tambang. So a very challenging spot for them to be playing, as I'm pretty sure this could be the end of the road, at least for Saif. But now Umbra looking to push up quite aggressively now, looking to contest this compound and potentially hoping to take occupants of it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to do that, although Intruder are aware that they're there. They saw them on the way in. So we're pushing up forwards, but got a couple of people on their flank here. Is Nigma looking to try and take down one of these other kind of top tier teams. As Umbra are actually going to have one of their players knocked for the moment. Going to put them in a little bit of a more scary situation, as they are surrounded by both Intruder and Nigma. A couple of good nades could really spell a catastrophic moment for them, as Saif just about to, unfortunately, fade away. No one was able to pick them up, so Saif now out. Shadow Dent still limping around somewhat here. Tarmady, see if he can find a good line of sight, find a good shot onto someone.
Yeah, not a lot of options really for these players at the moment, as everyone's pretty much well hidden. But we do see also a little bit of that contention now developing over on towards the trifecta region, where we've got YaLLa and Virtual Gaming coming into a bit of an engagement there as well. Also, the Ooredoo Thunders starting to roll down from that northern position. Slimeful KT just ahead of them. But now, let's see what is going to be happening here in center zone, as we do have that confirmation coming through on towards Shadowin. And with that, it is Umbra down to only 2 remaining hopefuls. The same, of course, on the side there for 01 Esports. And here comes that, just a quick bit of a replay of what we saw coming through from the hand of Raoul down on towards Umbra.
Absolutely amazing nade as well to get the pair of them. I believe someone, I think it was Human, actually did open fire onto Intruder, but again, Umbra, they're paying the price heavily. Being hit out pretty hard. 2 members down, and not too many teams have been eliminated yet, so this could be another rough round for them. And if they're knocked out here early, they then have 2 games to make it up. With teams like Falcon, with teams like Intruder, all kind of hot on their heels. A catch up and an overtake is still well within the realm of possibility for some of these teams who are in that top 8 spot but looking to climb a little bit higher.
Yeah, I mean, like, one of the teams that have been doing a lot of climbing, right? And then looking to just settle and hold on to that position is going to be the team there from Nigma Galaxy, right? We've been seeing an absolutely insane performance coming through from them. Yes, they haven't had, you know, a whole bunch of winner chicken dinners coming in today, but again, a lot of consistency coming through with regards to their placement and their finishing, as well as the amount of elims they're able to secure going through these matches. We know, for instance, in the last one, they were able to finish off on 12 elims. So that, again, does absolutely fantastic things for them. But now, as we look onto the other teams, this is where Virtual Gaming find themselves in a little bit of a predicament, right? They are still looking to see whether or not they can kind of get out of a little bit of this rut, right? We've been seeing some great moments of brilliance coming in from them, but not a lot of consistency with that regard.
Yeah, I think, you know, consistency has been a big thing for some of these teams. Nigma consistently even getting a lot of kills or just get good placement. And that's why they've got such a significant lead. The likes of Falcons, they had a very consistent day too. And kind of a little bit of an okay day yesterday. But a team that's been very inconsistent was Ooredoo Thunders, who just got knocked out again. And unfortunately, it is starting to get a little bit unlikely that they're going to be able to achieve more, unfortunately, as Luigi misses out on that nade, looking for Hoppin, although he's going to throw out another one. That could be a good one. Almost able to get him as through the window one goes and just trading out here. Nade for nade. As YaLLa pushing up into Virtual Gaming inside this compound. Seeing if they can get in close. That Molly doing a fair amount of work here. There's a lot of smokes down. It is hard to see anybody or push anyone in there.
Oh, I mean, it looked like a little bit of a tennis match happening here between Virtual and YaLLa. But now, Petrox picking up yet another nade, hoping to see if they can find any of those potential angles just to line up enough so they can get the rush in. Of course, the players here from Virtual looking to hold strong. Luigi with a beautiful setup, just holding up alongside that wall. But you see the players here from Virtual really starting to spread themselves out, trying to see if they can cover as many of these angles as they can possibly manage. But they need to be super cautious. We can see YaLLa coming in with that beautiful 2-2 split, so they definitely got to be challenging Virtual and looking to see whether or not they can actually hold on to their angles here.
Trying to see if they can do so as Sanji looking to push up onto Virtual Gaming, but unable to do so for the moment. YaLLa playing this very, very tempered, this fight versus Virtual Gaming, especially when Virtual Gaming are currently down a player. So Luigi just waiting for Sanji to appear from beyond this wall, see if he can land the shots. It's powerful, trying to find a decent-ish flank around the edge. Gonna throw down the nade and almost well placed, but not going to be quite well placed enough. Remember, both these teams are on the edge of this circle as the circle closes in yet again. It's going to force these teams to move.
I'm just sitting here looking at what the situation is that we've got on the map currently, right? A lot of teams still slowly but steadily looking to push on through. But, I mean, looking at YaLLa and Virtual, right, they are super focused on this engagement. Even though the zone has shifted up, they only have a few seconds left on the clock. They're still looking to kind of wrap this fight through, and it is going to be powerful, taking a little bit of damage. We can see a few more engagements coming through in that feed as well. But Luigi getting traded off as Sanji sneaks on in. Petrox now coming in with a little bit of that defensive play, but it is going to be powerful, and the rest of the squad there from YaLLa looking to see if they can close this one up. Up comes the blue zone as well. One shot. Petrox, the last two remaining hopefuls now for the side of Virtual as YaLLa look to clean it up before rotating back up into that zone.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from YaLLa. Able to come ahead as they are going to look for the takedown. Powerful coming down. And it is only Shot who remains. It's going to have to be one hell of a play from Shot to pull through here. But Powerful coming in with the takedown. Virtual Gaming taken out. Now they can just reposition back into the circle. Place a little bit more comfortably. Lovely stuff there. from YaLLa, and that is another bunch of kills in their pocket. 7 kills for themselves. Did lose a single team member there, but should be able to get up their last player.
Yeah, now a lot of contention coming through as we see the players from Nigma also looking to just assert a bit of dominance down on towards the southern edge of the zone. And up ahead of them, they of course have the players from Falcons positioned over on this eastern side. Umbra just holding up in the compounds over on towards that northern position. So Nigma need to be a little bit more cautious here as to how they're going to look to push through the zone. But, you know, based on what we've been seeing from them in the past days of play, I've got no doubt that they'll be able to find an effective rotational path to get themselves secured and have a good controlling position coming in on this edge. But now look at that spray from Rauf down on towards Omar. Now Yusuf also lying up in the long grass. Oh, gets spotted and traded. Down they go. Falcons now down to only one. Slime also making their way back up into the lobby. As we can see, we got last there from Falcons. The last surviving hopeful now just trying to get themselves potentially rotated through and quite a bit closer up to the edge of that zone.
Yeah, Nigma making sure they're able to finish up everybody they can. Get as many points on the board as possible as last. Healing up now in the blue. And a fair distance away as well from the circle. So it's going to be a little hard for last. But we are down to only a couple of teams left. 12 teams left on the map right now. There's still plenty of people, actually. I don't know why 12 seems like such a small amount, but actually it's still the majority of the lobby.
I mean, look at this rush now coming on through. I mean, 12 teams, definitely not a lot. 30 players, that's a little bit of a different situation. But of course, now with that, we move down to 11 teams and 29 players. So the numbers starting to drop slowly but surely as the players there from YaLLa Esports make their way back. And now it is going to be NASR just here on the front line, looking to contest against the push coming through from 90th as YaLLa also are having to pack their bags. But up comes the rush now. Batika looking to see if they can bring in a little bit of a push and just keep the players here from NASR in some contention.
I'd love to see what happened to YaLLa there, because they were taking a lot of fights. I assume they're probably just out of resources from that extended trade, extended fight earlier on. Did cost them probably quite heavily. That doesn't mean they are out and they're just going to have to make do with the elimination points they were able to achieve for themselves. But Twisted Minds, Nigma, and Rico Infinity all fighting right now for this kind of high ground location. At the moment, it's Twisted Minds who do hold that high ground, but Revan needs to be very careful, Riva, because Wasted has a scope on him. The moment he tries to move, as Batika is going to get taken down by Hamadi, and Hamadi making sure he finishes it up. G3 Tempo going to get knocked out in the meanwhile, as we are starting to lose players left, right, and center. As Last is still out in the blue. Prestilage as well. Also out, as we are going to see the end of Conqueror. Umbra only down to just Wasted. Rico Infinity getting knocked out, and just like that, we're starting to see people drop all over the place. The Twisted Minds still got this high ground, still feeling very, very comfortable to hold and shoot down onto anybody who tries to push up. But Intruder are closing in with multiple members on their team, as Umbra are going to get eliminated.
Well, 3 teams going to be fighting it out for possession of the zone. Nigma all the way down south, Twisted up in the north, and Intruder yet to find their footing coming through on the very edge. Meanwhile, NASR will get devoured by that blue zone. And now it is going to be the showdown. 4 teams left. We got Last from Falcons also just on the very edge, just holding up close to the drop as we can see on the map. But now comes the big fight, the big engagement to see who will be the next team to walk away with that winner-winner chicken dinner. Hemo getting traded. It is going to be Rauf, Weiss, and of course Omar. Now looking to see if they can make a bit of a dash. The zone taking a beautiful shift down south, moving up quite favorably there for Rauf and Freak. Now the rest of the lobby in a very challenging position.
Yeah, we actually lost the final NASR member to the blue moments before that. Last still hanging on somewhat, but Intruder, they are taking a horrible fight here, but Vigors is going to get taken down, and now they're continuing to push in forwards. Multiple members have been knocked down already as we lose Intruder. Nigma, though, working with everybody. Twisted Minds got a couple of people down, and this is the moment for them to push up. This is the moment for them to try and take out the last of Twisted Minds. The nades are coming down, raining onto them. Rolkis trying to see see if he can get the opportunity to hit Freak. And they're going to be able to pick up 1, maybe 2 here. As the nade's going to come down, looking for what another member as Rolkis is going to get himself taken down. Kaito, the only remaining player for Twisted Mind. Here comes the nade! And there's the takedown! Nigma just absolutely crushed Twisted Minds. Last out in the blue, the last remaining player looking for the spray onto Freak, able to find the cheeky knock. Rauf going to step away, and there it is. Another chicken dinner for Nigma.
I mean, no surprise looking at the sheer number they were able to bring into that last final push. Absolutely amazing to see. And a big congratulations going out to Nigma Galaxy for picking up yet another winner chicken dinner. As we know, that is, of course, now their 5th chicken dinner that they've been able to secure right here in the championship. And it does seem like they are really looking to prove their dominance in today's matches.
It feels like this is the Nigma we expected coming into into this tournament. This is the team who, you know, they went 3rd in the global championship. There was a lot of expectations on them, and they came back really well here. This is exactly what we expected out of them, and that was a very, very clean game. That was almost harking back to day number 1, where they looked really on form, at least at the beginning of day number 1. They got the first win of the entire championship, and a really, really good bounce back from them in the final day. And they're continuing to extend a massive point lead over everybody else. I think first is very, very unlikely to be overtaken after that win there, because that was a lot of points they were able to accrue for themselves. 24 points for the side of Nigma as they push themselves even further into that first place situation. Twisted Minds and Intruder, 16 points apiece as well. So both teams can be pretty happy with that. Falcons, only a single elimination point, but man, holding on last, just sitting in that blue as long as possible and letting everybody take each other out. Lovely stuff from them. And then YaLLa didn't get many on the placement points, but a very, very bloody game from them.
Yeah, I mean, a very elimination heavy play coming through from them. But the same, of course, can be said for Rico Infinity as well as Intruder. You know, Intruder, even though they went out in 4th place, they were still able to secure decent points coming in on the overall match rankings. And as you can see, they find themselves there side by side with regards to the players from Twisted Minds. So again, a very satisfying performance coming in. This first page looking pretty contentious, as we can see the points looking not too bad. I mean, NASR, 90th, all of those picking up their 9 points apiece. But as we move into the second page, Umbra still able to secure at least 5 points, but it is looking very scarce as we go a little bit further down that leaderboard.
Yeah, I think for some of these other teams, options are fading away from them. 0-1, obviously, you're not really what they needed. A 1-pointer as well. But Umbra, 5 points, that's pretty devastating for them, especially when some of the teams below them running a lot of points on that match. And that could really affect things as we head towards our final couple of games, because obviously Sanhok, very bloody map, and it kind of feels a little snowbally at times where like the teams who are taking good fights just roll with it. They get enough resources from constantly fighting to keep themselves going, and then suddenly you're fighting versus a team with way more nades, way more meds, and it just becomes so hard to actually push in. Very dug down positions on that hill to round us out with our final trip to Sanhok of this tournament, unfortunately. But you know, still more to go. So I'm excited to see exactly how the last couple of games are going to go. But before we do that, let's have a look at the MVP for those games, or the MVPs, shall I say. Rauf, Powerful, and Rauf. Hold on. Hold the phone. Rauf's in there twice. He's so good. He's on 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously 2 players with the same name. It's the same as having 2 Jakes, right? But of course, here we are now. Some pretty good performances across the board. Rauf, and Powerful. So the Powerful Raufs managing to hold on to some really dominating points. As we can see, the damage being dealt there as well from the Intruder Rauf coming in with 945 damage dealt. Some really impressive figures on the board. But now, of course, we need to see what the teams are going to be doing in the remaining few matches. I mean, we've been seeing Nigma come through today, really bringing in such a dominating performance and just increasing the position they've had and the lead over the rest of the teams. But as we said before, from that second place further down, still a lot of contention coming in with these teams.
Yeah, it's very tight. It's probably the best way to word it. It's an incredibly tight tournament so far. Yes, Nigma are sitting fairly comfortable at the top, but you know, there's still a whole bunch of teams below them who are contesting for higher placement points. And you know, it's gonna be interesting to see who gets it. But speaking of things to get, there's actually some crates up for grabs. We've been talking about it all weekend long, so make sure that you are claiming your crates, obviously dependent on our viewers. I'm not sure what our concurrent viewers actually are at the end of this, so I probably should get an update on that. Can get yourself a whole bunch of crates. DK, you tell me where to reclaim it, because again, I've forgotten. I'm really good at my job, I promise.
Well, once we can hit that 50,000 concurrent viewers milestone during this PMPL MEA Championship, you can get yourself one of these free permanent rewards. Now, the easiest way to get it done is to go into the Esports Center in-game, and you can, of course, claim your free reward one day after the tournament ends. So that would be tomorrow, right? So you'd be able to claim your rewards if we hit the 50k concurrent viewers. So be sure to share this feed with everyone you can find to make sure that they come and support the final 2 remaining matches we have left of the MEA Championship.
Yeah, there's only a couple left, and it's going to be all to play for. I'm so excited to see how these next couple of games go down, because Nigma, like I said, it feels like they've got a long, long way ahead of everyone else, and it's going to be very, very hard for them to get caught up to. But there's still so many teams just below them who can really shift around and change. So it's all to play for towards those top spots. We're going to throw to a very quick break, and when we're back, we'll be dropping in to our 5th map of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment. everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL MEA. We're getting ready to go into our 5th match of the day. It's still all to play for towards that top side. But before we get going, I do want to give a big shout out to our official energy drink sponsor, Monster, who obviously without you guys, it wouldn't be possible to have. So thank you very much, Monster, for sponsoring this.
And also got to give a big shout out to Oppo as well. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022.
And it looks like we'll be getting ready to drop on our 5th map of the day. Obviously another Erangel, and the final Erangel actually of this tournament. A little bit sad to see it go. Obviously it's the one we've done the most over the last couple of days, but you know, we've had a lot of different teams win. We've had a lot of upsets. So I'm curious to see whether or not we get a weird circle. I kind of like a wacky circle to end us, you know, something that really forces the teams to think and maybe play a little bit more differently. It's been interesting because, you know, we've consistently seen the likes of Ooredoo Thunders and I think it's Intruder drop on the military base every time. So it'd be interesting to see. Maybe we get a military base final. We haven't had final circle on the military base yet. Would like to see that, but it looks like this playing path is not so friendly to our military base friends, unfortunately. Although it's all right, actually. It's coming in from the power plant. Now they'll be fine.
Well, we know that Intruder picked up that first winner chicken dinner. Of course, the second one going over on towards YaLLa. So I'm curious to see who will be the next team to step up and pick up our final winner chicken dinner on the last Erangel. We've already seen our last Sanhok come to its conclusion, and we know, you know, like, this is what I like about doing the second half, right? We get to see the last of each of these matches, right? The last Sanhok, the last Erangel, and after this will be the very last Miramar, which is also be the final match. But now we can see the teams continuing to make their way on down that zone, being mere moments away from gracing us with its presence, and I'm curious to see what that will be looking like as we have a potential jump heading all the way over onto where? Let's find out. Ooh, it's going to the west. So sadly, we won't see any of that Sanhok Millie finish, but it is going to be a curious play over on towards that western front.
It's going to make that bridge potentially fairly interesting as a point. Also, it actually looks like Intruder are the only team dropping on the military base. Already Thunders dropped a little bit earlier. Actually decided not to go across the bridge. So Intruder Africa have the military base island all to themselves. Let's see what's going to come off that, if anything comes off that. But that circle definitely going to force a bunch of these teams who jumped out early to rotate way earlier themselves into this more western circle we've got. So not as spicy as expected, but the playing path did lead into maybe it being a little bit more interesting than we previously predicted. For now, it's just going to be our looting phase as everybody seems to be dropping in their individual locations, gather their loot up, and we'll see where the game goes from there.
Yeah, and of course, it is going to be a nice and comfortable start for at least a big majority of these teams, if not all of them. The only potential bit of contention we are seeing in this early phase of the game is Twisted Minds and the players from the Ooredoo Thunders in pretty close proximity in and towards that Farm Malta region. And then also we had Nigma Galaxy dropping relatively close to the players from CONQUEROR, but it does seem like the teams are starting to spread out a little bit more, looking to take a lot more occupation elsewhere in the zone, of course, looking to get themselves situated and set up for these coming few phases. Meanwhile, Intruder going about their business, nothing really out of the ordinary here as we have the squad just getting their loot up in towards that Novo position, and of course CONQUEROR right here just north of that western bridge. A very comfortable and relaxed kind of looting phase across the board.
Yeah, a little bit different from Sanhok in that sense, where Sanhok is always a bit of a bloodbath as teams drop on the same locations. Obviously, both of these teams recognizing that this map, they know everyone drops. And this is the last map. This is the last time we see this map. So I kind of expect people to drop where they're comfortable. I think Ooredoo Thunders is the only one that's slightly interesting to me because they decided not to go to the military base, where typically they have been a military base team. So a slight adaptation for them. But again, Twisted Minds constantly like to be just north of the military base on that bridge. So maybe Ooredoo Thunders recognizing that and seeing if they potentially find themselves maybe a little bit of a cheesy strat and find themselves some quick kills onto these Twisted Mind members as Rex is going for a quick drive on the beach.
Yeah, nothing like a little bit of sun.
Yeah, exactly, right?
But an interesting play coming through here. They're like Ooredoo Thunders, they come in with that 2-2 split. So the other half of the squad, as we can see, Smoker and Alhaje, they've of course now situated themselves up in towards that military base. So a little bit of a delayed rotation coming through here from Rex and QHT, but that has now opened up the opportunity for Intruder to get themselves a little bit closer. We can see Omar just coming within render range. But fortunately, it does seem like Omar is not going to be looking to grab any of these potential engagements.
Yeah, I don't think Omar even knew they were going past. I would have heard them, but didn't have complete location or a complete lock on their location. But CONQUEROR now set up on the far distance from Ooredoo Thunders. So keep your eyes on when both of these teams look to cross over this bridge. There might be a little bit of a skirmish as they want to head towards and into that circle. As Team Falcons right now on the edge of where the circle will be, so they're quite comfortable. And again, something I've kind of hit on before is Falcons seem to be a team that are very comfortable when the circle closes in on them and they can get themselves set up and kind of dug down in positions for any potential engagements. They seem to struggle a little bit more when the circle forces them to be the one rotating and them to be the ones making the smart decisions. They're very good at buckling down, but they seem to struggle a little bit on the rotation side of everything for themselves. As this time, circle has been a little bit more kind for them. They do need to rotate somewhat to get into the circle, but should be okay. I'm pretty happy with the way everything has kind of gone outside of that. Nigma, absolutely amazing day from those guys. Real bounce back, a real recovery, and as long as they have a relatively good placement this game or a decent score this game, I genuinely don't think anyone can catch them.
Yeah, I mean, they're nearly 100%, 100 points rather ahead of any of the opposing teams. So we do see the points currently displayed there at the top of the screen, so you can just keep an eye on that to get a bit of an idea as to where the teams find themselves, as we know, right? That's kind of the live updated score we see at the top of the screen. But for the time being, it is going to be Myth and G3 just having a bit of a stand down. Farok just, you know, admiring the scenery, admiring the rocks, and G3 just also looking to hold on. Both teams, of course, situated smack dab center zone, so not a bad setup coming through, but Myth definitely a lot more spread out, right? We got Farok right here on the front line with a little bit of that reinforcement potentially coming through now for Moment, and then we see the rest of the squad, Broly and Ramsey, much further away. So this could be a little bit of an opportunistic play potentially coming through now for G3 Temper.
Yeah, it could be, actually. But we'll keep our eye on that, see exactly how that goes down, as Myth's been on the receiving end of a couple of very rough early fights in pretty much the entire spread across the last 4 days. So maybe looking to not get involved in some action, but the way they were positioning there, I'd think for a moment that they were going to go for it. But actually, it looks like Movement just going to head away from the action, says, you know what, I'm going to nope out. I don't want to get in a fight right now. I want to chill a little bit longer before we get into the action of everything. As I'm just having a quick look at the map because I have a map feed myself. You can see that Ooredoo Thunders are actually making their way over that bridge and haven't actually been stopped as the circle is closing in. So it's going to be interesting to see. Actually, nobody has covered these bridges. And that has actually kind of given a free rotation to both Intruder and Ooredoo Thunder off the military base. So they'll be quite happy with that one. Able to get a really, really good looting phase through done for them as we head towards that second circle, and that's where things could get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, definitely a very smooth sailing approach coming into the zone. Also, 90th minute rolling right in and through the players there from Twisted Mind, so we could see a few of those hits coming through, but a lot of that mass convergence now coming through towards center zone, right? We see almost all the teams situated in the center position, so it's only going to be a matter of time before these engagements really start coming on in. Meanwhile, there's going to be 90th now just looking to venture a little bit further and a little bit deeper in towards the zone. Twisted Minds just up ahead of them, but of course we know Pachinki just being over that ridge line, and that is where we see Nigma Galaxy lying in wait. But look at this, more not trying to pick up the hits, but Dammy instead picking up a beautiful trade.
Yeah, able to take him down as well, finishing up the kill, and now that is going to be 90th minute. Down a member. Really, really rough start for them as Twisted Minds heavily punishing 90th minute for that fight, for that skirmish, but not going to be able to gain anything other than that one takedown, as keeping our eyes on where this circle will be going. It looks to close up. And it's gone more Georgia Pool way, actually. So it's going to be a little bit more interesting. Maybe get another city finish, as we did actually have one earlier on in the day.
I mean, Iz always talks about a Skittles pack, right? If we look at Center Zone, that's definitely a Skittles pack, right? That, in my opinion, that is the definition of what it should look like. It is absolutely insane. The amount of numbers we have in that close proximity, this is going to be an absolute insane Erangel. And I do think it's like a little bit of that snowball effect here, Jake. I mean, the moment the shots start running, that is going to be just downhill from there. And looking at the positions we have, we've got Myth, we've got the players there from Ooredoo Thunders, we've got Falcons, we've got 0-1, we've got G3, we've got YaLLa, Umbra, Nexus. I mean, pick a team, and they're almost in center zone already. We see those engagements starting to light up in the feed as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Is I feel like once one team fights another team, a third team joins in. There's always that risk of being third-partied, and maybe that's why there's going to be a little bit of trigger discipline for the next couple of moments. But like you're saying on the kill feed, a couple of people already going down and taking a couple of shots. So for now, not seeing too much in that action department, as the teams are just buckling down and getting themselves into locations where they feel comfortable to hold out a little longer.
I mean, and it's like I can hear that ticket just slowly making its way on through. As you can see, Blue Zone is starting to close on up. A few teams still to find a good spot to pull into. I mean, Slime still all the way up towards that far northern side, about to run into a little bit of that Rico Infinity flavor up north. Meanwhile, down on towards this eastern edge, it is going to be the players from Virtual and Intruder getting in their non-stop engagements. I mean, as long as I can remember, at least for this tournament, right, we've been seeing Intruder and Virtual somehow managing to find each other on the battlefield without any failure. But now, Umbra also looking to just, you know, find a few trades there as Omar gets into a little bit of a crash.
So having a quick car crash there, but it's not going to struggle too or suffer too badly off the back of that one. It's Intruder. A lot of fire into the fields they go, as Damar from the top of the roofs able to rain hail down onto Intruders. They try to cross over. You can't cross across such open fields without being punished, unfortunately. Now, Intimate needs to be a little bit careful, as Umbra now also in a skirmish with Intruder Africa. As we'll see where this circle goes, because we've already had 4 people go down. Like you said, everybody's quite crammed in. It's that very Skittlesy play. Are we going to get a city finish, or are we going to end out in these fields? The circle should give us a rough idea of where we can expect to go. It's coming in any moment now. Ooh, okay. Gatco Hospital way.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a little bit of that Gatka Hospital play coming on in. But again, I mean, this is now going to be absolute chaos. So we can see the engagements already starting to roll on through on that eastern edge. But now look at the mass convergence of teams coming through on that southern front. We've got Nigma, we've got Twisted. We even have the players there from 90th minute up in the mix. Center zone, once again, very, very contentious. But now it is 90th minute, looking to see if they can get themselves a little bit better situated. Also, Nigma coming in with a beautiful sweeping hit right up behind them. Also, a little bit of a replay, as we did see Omar just touching up into the bumper there. Not quite sure what the approach on that one was, but you know what? It makes for some exciting replays to come on in as well. Meanwhile, Ooredoo Thunders now just looking to get themselves into a strong position. Very centered, holding onto the compound, but they've got a lot of opposition rolling on in.
Dude, Harmony actually taking a couple of shots there. And just over that ridgeline. Smoker supplying cover for his teammates is lined up beautifully there with the shots, considering he can't see, but unfortunately that ridgeline doing Harmony some favors, so he isn't going to get himself taken down. And Ooredoo still seeing if they can try and take a pick onto Harmony. Not entirely sure where they are though. Just going to chill out and might just look to try and damage the vehicles as much as possible.
Well, nothing wrong with that. It is, of course, going to be hampering those later rotations to potentially come on in. But now we do see the players here from Ooredoo still just holding on to their position. A little bit of a quick reposition. Not quite sure where they're going to be heading, as there's not a lot of options with regards to compounds. Instead, it does seem like they're just looking to get themselves set up in the bowl. Of course, YaLLa just a little bit further on towards that northern side. Not looking too phased, but again, still, Rico Infinity, Slime 4KT, very much delayed with their rotation, still just on that very edge of the zone. And we could see Prestige being the first one of these two teams finding a little bit of that entry point back up in towards zones. We can see SK Ton, Ida, and the rest of the squad here from Rico also now starting to make their way much closer to the edge of that zone. But a very worrying rotation coming through here from Slime. We do see Storm now also just heading much further on towards that eastern edge of the phase. But that's going to be a very risky play, though.
I can't get over how everyone's just crashing today. We're all just a little bit too preoccupied. Don't text and drive, everyone. Very dangerous.
Yeah, it could be quite dangerous, especially in PUBG, as you could not see where you're going, and instead you find a beautiful centering zone like that. And, you know, this is where things are going to be pretty damn spicy, as we can see. CONQUEROR holding beautiful position, smack dab center zone. But I do think the players there from Ooredoo Thunder are really going to be contested on that western front, especially seeing that we've got so many teams looking to rotate on in.
It looks like it's going to be a fairly open air ending as well. A lot of fields in the area. Not too many ridgelines, not too many hills, but we might get a real bloodbath. It's been honestly quite tame considering what we were expecting from these circles. But as you can see, there's a lot of hay bales around, but that's pretty much it as far as cover goes. It is a lot of rolling open fields, so vehicles are going to be very important to kind of supply that extra area of cover for these teams.
Well, and cover is going to be pretty much the prime real estate at this point in time, right? As we can see, as you mentioned, the zone being completely open and only a few compounds available, so it is going to be some pretty slim pickings.
Yeah, these teams that get themselves set up in these compounds are probably set up a little bit more for success over anybody else, as CONQUEROR himself in this area, but they do have both the likes of Falcon and 0-1 looking for them, but CONQUEROR, they're not looking to give this up quite so easy. A couple of shots coming down into a couple of these members as Saif just trying to scout out to see if anybody can see him, anybody can do anything about him. CONQUEROR feeling quite comfortable inside this building, can see that the vehicle rotations are coming in en masse. It's from the other building. Falcon just landing some shots into Virtual Gaming. Virtual Gaming taking a very hard rush onto Falcons and paying the price. Ooh. As Reba gets a really nice shot onto Never Alone inside that little bunker for himself, as the smokes are going to go out just to line an escape route for Never Alone to make it away to safety.
But now it's down to positions, right? Falcons coming in with that beautiful rush that we just witnessed, and only getting that knock on towards Never Alone. But as we can see, Myth also keeping a very watchful eye, looking to see if they can close up a few of those angles. And quite a contentious position to be holding, as we've got the players there from YaLLa Esports also not too far off. But up comes the players here from Twisted Minds, looking to see if they can contest against the side of Rico Infinity. Both teams still looking to secure themselves a decent position, but Twisted already finding a bit of that entry point up in towards the zone. It is going to be Lord now coming through there from Nigma, picking up a beautiful trade. And now it is game on as the teams get ready to fight it out for that position. Slime, meanwhile, will be making their way back into the lobby. And with that, we are down to 14 remaining teams.
I think this is when it starts to get to a very bloody phase, as all of the teams collapsing in on one another into a very tight circle, a very open circle. As Rico Infinity taking an exchange here versus the Ooredoo Thunders. Able to do a fair amount of damage, but these vehicle rotations are just so powerful for these teams. And SK-Ton doing a little bit of scouting here, kind of baiting people to try and find some shots and flush these people out as nades galore are just popping left, right, and center. Ooredoo Thunders got themselves probably set up in a very nice position, but they are somewhat contested, as you were saying earlier on. It's Intruder Africa, unfortunately for them, had a good day, but that was not their game, as they are going to be knocked out for now. See who's been able to pick up the most kills right now. Never Alone had a very good game so far from Falcons, and same for Last. Last actually able to accrue a lot of points there as Prestige actually gets himself a good shot on to what's it from the side of Umbra. Can't finish him up though for the moment. It is getting very hairy out in the open.
Yep, very hairy indeed. And of course, it is going to be Prestige now just coming in with a little bit of that confirmation. Wasted Shadow and holding strong, just hunkering down in and behind that hard cover. But they are situated within the zone, so they can afford to kind of just hold strong and see how long they can last. We still have so many more teams to rotate in from that more southeastern approach. Again, we do see the players there from NASR making a bit of an approach coming in on that northeastern side, right up alongside YaLLa. G3 also now rushing in. It is going to be the players there from YaLLa Esports picking up a few of those trades. 90th minute also now going in for the double loot crate we've got. But now look at this. Prestige finds a bit of an angle on towards the players there from Nigma. Look at this rush though. The southern edge of zone, absolute chaos, as it is going to be the players from CONQUEROR and Falcons looking to see if they can clear out these compounds.
Oh, CONQUEROR pushing. Oh, getting pushed up onto as the nades are coming in. Damar looking to very aggressively make his way up forwards here as Falcons. We've seen one very honest manic rush from them on one side. Nades are just raining in through these windows as Damar's throwing them out, but Riva has to reposition. Almost goes down. Rosa has been knocked in the meanwhile as the molly's coming out onto Riva just to try and get a little bit of chip damage. He's going to take a lot of damage in the meanwhile as Twisted Minds do lose their line, but Namar is going to get himself taken down for the moment. Riva, he will fall as well. Myths go down in the middle of all the action as Yusuf trying to get a big flank. CONQUEROR are bleeding out here, losing members left, right, and center as Falcons just rush into their pocket, look to clean them up. And it is all but over for the side of CONQUEROR now. And Falcons just shift into the next fight, the next exchange, able to knock another member. Yusuf is just coming alive. He is spraying and praying these members down. 0-1 are losing members everywhere. Ooredoo Thunders are going to get knocked out. And Jamaz has to hit the deck, try to keep himself up for the moment as Yusuf is very low. So he does need to get inside this circle before he can look to heal. The rest of his team have fallen, unfortunately for him. But Falcons, they are feeling, they've got that taste of blood. They are seeing red.
Oh, yes, indeed. They are seeing red. The talents at the ready. But, of course, it is now going to be Nigma Galaxy going toe-to-toe here with Rico over on towards the edge. Beautiful hit coming through right there as a bit of pressure now comes in on towards Nigma. It is going to be Lord and Raouf, the last two hopefuls, looking to see if they can contest. Raouf getting traded. Now it comes down to Lord. Rico Infinity looking to close this one out and looking to assert their dominance down in towards the southern edge of the zone. But now it is going to be a frantic search, at least on the frontier of Rico, to see if they can find Lord in the exchange. It is going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side there if they can't deal with that potential threat coming in. But Lord gets spotted. Off he goes. A beautiful trade. And Nigma Galaxy make their way back into the lobby. So 8 teams now left to fight it out. 19 players still remain. Falcons still very much on the edge of that blue. Flacco falling off of a height somewhere, maybe getting flung out of the vehicle. A quick trade, of course, coming in there as we can see Miracle just blowing up that vehicle. But now it is going to be Yusuf looking to see if they can find a bit of an entry point as NASR also gets sent on back.
It's going to really come down to YaLLa versus Rico Infinity at this rate. Just looking at the people alive and people still out on the map. It's a very open in the field scrap in this final circle. Rico Infinity do have that high ground, but Powerful able to find a really nice shot from a distance onto that high ground, able to force them away as the circle closing in yet again. It's going to force a lot of teams out. YaLLa, it's actually a very short rotation for themselves, so they're probably quite happy with this. As Bruden taken out by a nade on the distance. As SK Ton taking some shots here from Wasted. Wasted unable to finish him up, but we do see Yusuf get taken out, and that will be the end of Falcons for now, as YaLLa still working at max capacity here. Smokes down galore, but the longer this goes, the more of these utilities get thrown out, the more of them get wasted. Speaking of which, Wasted, the last member of Umbra, actually, no, not second to last member of Umbra, hanging on. G3 Temper, 6 God. Are we going to see this hero play come out from one of these teams who are currently running at a disadvantage? Probably going to wait for YaLLa and for Rico Infinity to handle each other, but Wasted has been spotted out, and he is taking so many nades and taking it incredibly low. They may just look to push up a little bit more. Umbra will lose a member, or at least get knocked onto one of those members. It should just be the full finish up on the side of Umbra. Prestige looking to spray into the position of YaLLa, but can't quite find them for now.
Yep, definitely a difficult situation indeed, but it is now going to be YaLLa looking absolutely fantastic alongside Rico. Both teams rocking full squads. And of course, G3 Umbra, both down to the solos, but now up comes that rush. We can see Ida cooking up a few nades, sending it all the way across over towards the players there from the side of YaLLa and 6. Now just holding strong. Up comes that nade. Umbra gets sent away. And now we're down to our final 3 teams. It is going to be G3, YaLLa, and Rico Infinity. G3 down to 6. But this is a very troubling position, especially now for 6 being entirely encircled by the 2 other remaining teams. Up comes that nade. Is this going to be the one? Oh, let's see. A lot of a tough position here coming through for 6.
This is incredibly hard for 6 to even attempt to pull this back. Circle is going to pull them tighter and tighter. 6 is going to get knocked out. Well, actually, is able to knock out YaLLa, or at least powerful. Looking to finish him up. Should be able to do so, although is able to stay up for just a moment longer. And 6 is a thorn in the side for YaLLa. If they keep losing members, this could just be absolutely horrific. Sanji goes down, and 6 is 1v4 right now from behind the bale. Ragnar says, I am done with you. But that has potentially cost YaLLa this chicken dinner. They've lost so much here as the nade's coming down onto Ragnar. Is going to be able to knock him down, and Hoppen is going to have to pull a 1v4 off. Ida trying to push up forwards, trying to get him here. Is Hoppen able to find the spray, and that is going to be Rico Infinity taking our chicken dinner for our 5th map here.
Absolutely insane performance coming through. I mean, we did see a 6 God there from G3 Temper really doing a lot of damage onto the side of YaLLa, and that was the turning point, the opportunity now for Rico Infinity to step up, to capitalize on the chaos ensuing in front of them, and with that, they secure themselves yet another winner with a chicken dinner. In fact, that was their 2nd victory so far, so beautiful run coming in for Rico.
Really, really big win there for Rico and G3 Temper. Man, they were such a nuisance. They were such a nuisance in that game. Or at least 6 God was able to hold on for such a long time. And then actually able to take out 2 members of YaLLa 1v4. And basically kind of gifting Rico Infinity the victory in that game. And again, like I was saying, there's a lot of teams who are currently contesting and looking to climb up. And some teams there, again, looking at you, Umbra, who weren't able to quite perform to the level we wanted from them coming into this 5th and penultimate match, because, you know, for the likes of words are eluding me. For the likes of Nigma, they're fine. They're pretty much, I think they're secured in first after this. We'll see the points as they come up. They were 100 points ahead or close to it. And after this win, 7 points in their pocket, I think it's mathematically impossible for anyone to catch them at this point. So Nigma are secured into first, but everybody else, it's still anybody's game. YaLLa getting 21 points here. They were in like 2nd or 3rd when we last checked in on the overall rankings. 21 points for them could potentially secure them 2nd. Rico Infinity, 27 points. That was almost a 30-bomb game from them. Really, really big stuff from some of these teams. Umbra, only an 8-point game for them, kind of slipping more and more. And I can't wait to see what this does for the overall rankings as we move towards this final match, because this was a hell of a game from some of these teams.
Yeah, really, really tough run coming in. But of course, as we look onto that second page, we see NASR picking up those 4 points as well. 90th minute and Myth at least being able to walk away with their 3 points apiece. Ooredoo Thunders coming in with 2. But then, as we can see, it was a pretty tough run coming through for Twisted Minds, Intruder, Virtual, as well as Slime for KT, who got sent back completely empty-handed. I mean, it's a little bit of a oof, a little bit of a rip right there. But, you know, like, you can't have all the teams succeeding all the time. But, of course, as we know, right, there's one more match to go. And I'm looking forward to a very exciting and a very strong performance coming through from these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And Intruder getting, you know, a 1-pointer genuinely could cost them quite a lot in the standings, because they were doing good. They were in 8th, I believe, when we checked in a little bit earlier. And getting a 1-pointer when some of the teams above and around them were earning a lot more points, they could slip out of that top side of the table potentially if they carry on in that way. So Intruder, they need to find another good game to keep themselves relevant here in the standings. Absolutely amazing stuff coming out of them. I'm so excited to get into our final match and see how this actually affects everything. So for now, I believe we're going to throw to a break, if I heard right.
No,
we're gonna
no.
No?
First, we need to see who the MVP is.
Yeah, of course. Harmony coming up pretty big there for the side of Nigma. Ida as well. And then Guff for the side of 0-1. Kind of not the names I expected to see in there. Maybe Ida. But to see a member of Nigma on there and Guff from the 0-1. Good stuff coming out of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you were looking for a little bit more of that that Raouf action coming on in alongside Powerful. As we know, those were our MVPs from the previous match, but a beautiful run coming in here from Hamodi and Ida. And of course, Gaiath coming in with a really strong representation. I mean, look at the damage, right? It is so close. Only 6 points difference between Ida and Gaiath. So a very satisfying play coming in nonetheless. But of course, as we know, right, we are looking to see who our MVPs will be. And a lot of contention coming in from the individual players themselves as well.
I'm excited to see who our final MVP is going to be. There's a couple of people for me who I've got my eyes on. Harmony being one of them. Ragnar being another one. I think Ragnar's had an incredible couple of days under his belt. So I'm curious to see who our MVP is going to be. DK, who do you think your MVP is going to be at the end of all this?
Oh, MVP. I'd probably say Lord, right? Like, because I've been seeing a really strong play. We've been seeing a really strong play coming in for Lord. So I would probably guess Lord would be in pretty strong running for that MVP slot.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give you that. Lord has had a pretty good game. Pretty good 4 days for himself. Anyway, we actually have some more crate stuff to go over. So make sure you do keep your eyes on all this. There is a giveaway still going. You can claim yourself a whole bunch of prizes. DK, again, I'll let you be the one to describe this because I'm awful with all this stuff. I really should read the script, but it's the final day.
Well, as we know, right, this one is if the region, right, if your region is the region to win the MEA Championship, you will be getting yourself one of these lovely crates, as we can see there. But to qualify for that, you need to be logging in at least 3 times into the game itself to be able to qualify. So ensure that you pop into the game, make sure that you log in, and if your region is the region to win, you'll be getting yourselves not only that lumberjack setup, but of course a little bit of a few other goodies there as well.
Yeah, a few nice bits under your belt. I've already said it. I like the lumberjack. It's nice and simplistic. It's not too garish. It's not too in your face. I think it's quite a nice one. So make sure you do keep your eyes on that and get your hands on to those goodies because it could be you. But you know, it's very much going to be Nigma who take this. There is no round about it. There isn't enough points, I think, to catch up to them unless you kill everyone. And I mean literally everyone, but that's going to have to be one hell of a game for a team to be able to do that. We are going to throw it to a break before we drop onto Miramar for our 6th and final map of this championship. So don't go anywhere. This is where it gets this is what it's all about, baby. We'll see you in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome back to the final game of the PMPL MEA Championship. Before we get on to Miramar, I think the most important thing for us to do is to actually have a look at least at the top half of our overall rankings. Nigma, 300 points and 5 chicken dinners in their bellies. They are very happy, they're very comfortable, and it is very hard to catch up to them. I would say realistically impossible. YaLLa have to basically slaughter the entire lobby to catch up to them. But from 2nd through to 8th, I think this is where it's interesting because anyone can go from 8th to 2nd. If Umbra have a good game here, they could just instantly jump into 2nd. And that is a massive amount of cash between 2nd and 8th. So this Miramar is going to be so important for these 8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful 30 bomb, that could be the way to secure yourself a really strong finish coming into this very last match. And who knows, right? Maybe there would be a little bit of that shaking going through on towards this overall leaderboard. But of course, just a quick reminder of where the teams find themselves situated on that 2nd page as well. As we can see, not a lot really separating that 9th and 8th position, as we did have the players there from Umbra sitting on 190, so 3 points ahead of where NASR is. We could maybe see a little bit of a jump coming through there from CONQUEROR's Iraq, as well as potentially the Ooredoo Thunders, right? I do think they could be in contention for that first page, but the rest of the teams, I mean, I don't see the likeliness of 90th minute bringing in 90 points in one single match. I have not ever seen that happen.
I don't think that is going to be doable, unfortunately. But yeah, I think Ooredoo Thunders upwards up until 2nd, there's a lot of wiggle room. There's a lot of movement that can happen. There's a lot of money on the line. So pretend. Man, words are hard. Words are very hard, DK. It's been a long week. Depending on what happens, stuff could really shift around between these top 11 places. And remember, you know, if you're in the top 12, you get to play in the show match as well, because there is a show match after this. We're playing on the new map, so make sure you stick around to watch that after this game, because you know we'll have some fun coming up after this. I mean, this is all fun, but we have some super fun coming up after this. But yeah, I can't wait to get onto Miramar and see how this is going to go down, because 2nd through to 12th, 11th area, there's so much flexibility. There's so much that could happen, and I'm just itching with anticipation to see, you know, how this is all going to go down. Yes, Nigma are pretty much locked into first. There has to be divine intervention at this point, realistically, for them not to take first here. So outside of that, it's the other teams. It's how much money they're going to be able to walk away with, the regional pride that they could walk away with. There's a lot on the line. So it's going to be a very, very interesting one. Who we got our eyes on, DK? Obviously, Nigma's the obvious one, but like, who other than Nigma have we got our eyes on here?
I mean, if any team is looking to drop a surprise performance, this is the match to do it in, right? So I'm hoping to see what are the teams from the Africa region potentially bringing in a bit of a surprise play. Who knows what could happen? But of course, as we make our way onto our very last flight path here, we do see it coming in on Impala. We have it right down there below. But of course, it does seem like it's sticking to that very much southern side of this phase, or of the map at least. And now the teams will have to start making their way on down. Yep, look at that super southern flight path coming in. What a way to close off this last match.
Watch this be like an El Pozo end, man. Watch that happen, man. This is a very interesting playing path. This is, I mean, we've had some, let's say, interesting playing paths from this map, from Miramar. As we are on our final map of the day, our final Miramar of the tournament. An interesting playing path. I'm curious to see where the circle goes, because that's going to be, that could potentially be very, very costly to some of these teams, especially ones who look to drop in more interesting places. We'll be getting that circle coming in any second now.
Yep, definitely just waiting on that final first zone to make its appearance, to show us what the teams will have to work with. Looking to see who will be able to get themselves in a good spot. A little bit of a more northern zone coming through this time around, but this is going to be a lot of work for the teams, right? As we can see, a big concentration of teams situated down on towards the southern side. No surprise, because obviously the flight path was there. But I'm curious to see where these rotations are going to be taking us, right? Whether or not Nigma are, for instance, going to be looking to rotate all the way back up in towards Pozo. They do have a very clear and comfortable rotational path if they follow that road over on towards the western side to make their way on through. But up in towards Los Leones, things are looking a little bit on the tougher side there. Not too crazy just yet, but it is going to be the Ooredoo Thunders and G3 looking to share that position. And of course, if we look all the way over in towards Puerto, Myth just going about their business, but this is that potential contention we see between Ooredoo Thunders and G3 up in Los Leones.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, into it we go, into our final game of this tournament and of the day. I expect this beginning to be a little bit calm. Nigma, obviously, you know, they can do what they want. They can have a lot of fun this game. It's done, it's dusted, first is secured, pretty much.
Yeah,
but
I mean...
yes. I mean, they have to honestly have. Well, I mean, YaLLa need to basically just have like a 70, 80 point game to catch up, which I don't think is going to happen, unfortunately.
No, I don't think that will ever happen, right? I think the highest points that you can get is just north of 30, maybe pushing it. You know, you could maybe pick it all the way up towards 40 potentially, but that is. I mean, that is as rare as seeing chicken teeth, you know, at your local grocery shop. So, you know, who knows?
So did you say chicken teeth?
Yes.
I love that. I've never heard that.
I mean, have you ever seen chicken teeth?
No, because...
That just shows you how rare it is.
It is rare. It is a rare thing. I mean, geese have serrated beaks, which is kind of like teeth.
Yeah, but chickens don't. They just got
Chickens
normal peaks. And speaking about peaks, it is going to be Groza peeking over the ridge, finding that angle over onto Prestige. And down below, it is going to be a relatively risky start now for Rico Infinity. As we can see, YWZ also trying to hold on. Groza, Kalaga holding up this ridge. But a beautiful off-angle position coming in there by Riva. Jump shot. It's going to be the name of the day. And with that, it will be Ida and SK Tom, the final two hopefuls. But, of course, they are just getting pinced like it's no one's business. And Ida is now the last one left to try and find a secure position.
Absolutely horrific loss there for the side of Rico Infinity as they lose 3 at the beginning. And it may just get even worse for Ida, who's trying to come through, trying to force out, is able to do so. He's got the shotty, and he is making it work. Takes down 1. Reva trying to push around the edge. You can see him with a shotgun, though, as he's going to try and step in through the window. The shot's not going to quite land for now. Needs to put some distance. Knows that short range, Ida is going to win this fight. Reva ends out losing pretty heavily, and it looks like a bit of revenge is on the cards here. Ida gonna take 1 shot, maybe 2 shots, looking to peek around the corner. Reva goes out the window. Ida may look to follow him. He's not gonna do so. Now it's this constant up and down chase happening here as the rest of CONQUEROR are pushing on to this final remaining member here for the side of Rico Infinity. And down he goes, our first victim of the final game. Rico Infinity take down 1 and end on a 1-pointer.
Yeah, I mean that was a little bit of a oof right there. I mean Rico Infinity, that was crazy, but big ups going out there to Conquerors as they've now been able to come in with a pretty strong start to their match, already sitting with 4 eliminations on the board. But let's see now whether or not any of the other teams are going to be looking to step on through and maybe find a bit of a play here. Of course, YaLLa Esports venturing a little bit further down on towards that southern side, but they could find themselves bumping right into Slime 4KT and the players, of course, from Myth.
Yeah, it could be indeed. As safe. Just going to push up this hill, get quite comfortable. Obviously, a little bit of time now until this circle actually does start to properly shift, as it will be coming in. Here comes the blue, but for now, these teams can just relax. Has got plenty of time. And already losing Rico Infinity. Definitely going to leave a lot less teams, a lot less people to be contesting. As Sanjay, I think you might have got yourself a little bit jammed, my friend.
Well, nothing like a little bit of jam, right? But obviously you need to put that on bread, otherwise you're just going to have your hands all sticky and stuff. But of course, now, speaking about that, it is going to be the teams looking to continue to find a bit of an approach. Well, I mean, like
if you want jam without butter or bread or whatever, just use a spoon,
boring.
man.
That's boring, dude. You gotta, you gotta be hands-on, right? That's
You're
how
like Woody the Pooh, just scooping it out with your hands out the jar. I know he eats honey, but like even so, man, that's how you get wasps. That's just how you attract wasps, man.
I don't know where you live, but that doesn't happen here. I mean, wasps don't come to jam on this front. But, you know, whatever, it is what it is. Of course, now the team's going to be looking to jam it out and see if they can find something to happen. I mean, look at this. Hamodi feeling a little bit thirsty, a little bit toasty out in the desert. No surprise. But, of course, Lord, my prediction for a bit of an MVP. Also now just getting that that vehicle a little bit situated there.
It is a beautiful day. Thank you, Billboard. It's been a wonderful day. Been a wonderful weekend. Started on Thursday for us. We had a lot of action. Ending on Miramar. Slime not being the greatest weekend for them, unfortunately. So they're a little bit upset with the overall performance that they've had. But, you know, not everybody can be a winner, Slime. And unfortunately, it has not been your weekend. But CONQUEROR are the ones I've got my eyes on. Because they got 4 kills. Yes. That's a lot of points. Well, 4 elimination points. That's nice. They're one of the teams who have potential to shift dramatically in the standings. But they did lose a member. So that engagement might have got them a lot of elimination points, but it could cost them down the line. Now they're operating on a 3-team group. So I want to keep my eyes on CONQUEROR to see how this fares for them, as we're going to see where the second circle takes us, where it shifts. There's Falcon rotating through the north. Nobody really has like a full grip on that northern area. There's plenty of roads to take if they want to try and rotate themselves around somewhat. But let's see where this circle goes. It could be a little bit spicy, or it could be more central. So far, we've had pretty central second circles, and this one goes a little bit more north, but it's still fairly central.
I mean, it's going to open up a lot of potential rotations for the teams, especially up on towards that northern territories, right? So Falcons, they're actually in a really good setup. They can now just make their way into the north completely uncontested, not having to worry about much. But it is going to be Omar who is going to be having to worry a little bit as they do fall off or slide off of something there. Just getting knocked on down. A little bit of a risky play. You don't want to be up in the thick of it and then have yourself knocked out. But also a little bit of a setup there coming in from Al-Hajj. You can see those shots now just heading on through. But look at this. Humam showing off with the buggy a little bit.
Doing the full barrel roll there. Lovely stuff. As YaLLa still stuck in this exchange, this skirmish with the Ooredoo Thunders. Obviously, great thing about Miramar is it's very much a map where scopes and long-range weapons really shine, especially in these stages of the game. So we'll keep our eyes on how this is going to go down for these teams. But for now, YaLLa are in the building. They are feeling pretty comfortable just to hold and buckle down here for the moment.
Well, at least they can afford to do a little bit of buckling there, as we do see Ooredoo Thunders not really being any danger to their position. But, you know, who knows? They could change a little bit further down the line. Of course, Ooredoo Thunders now looking to get themselves up closer. What? Rex
Triple!
going absolutely insane there with the vehicle. I mean, what is happening here today?
He had a triple. He got greedy and went for the quadra flip. Luckily, his mate in a Lambo gonna pick him up. Man, we almost got a quadra flip. Unfortunately, we didn't. Umbra, been a pretty disappointing day for them as wow, right from the top of the mountainside, taking shots. Cortez is able to be aware of it, and actually, the Ooredoo Thunders are also in the location. So this might get a little bit scary for Umbra as they are surrounded on multiple fronts here. The rest of Nigma are closing in on Rauf's location.
They might be closing in, but there's no confirmed plays just yet, right? So we do see the teams continuing to move closer and closer together. We also have the players there from Virtual moving right up in alongside Twisted Mind. So again, a little bit of a bit of caution needs to be applied there. But of course, we can see the players from Slime now starting to hammer away in that feed, applying quite a bit of pressure onto the team from Myth down south. Also, you know, the tensions are rising here as we did see Ooredoo Thunders just sneaking their way a little bit closer. We can see them just positioned south there of Umbra, up on towards Intruder, and G3 is also looking to be a little bit of a difficult spot, but now the teams are going to be waiting to see where this next phase will be taking them, as there are still a lot of teams in the running here, and, you know, tensions are definitely starting to build.
Yeah, it does feel like we are on a bit of a knife's edge. Remember, the standings mean a lot of teams can shift around, and this is the final game. Nigma going to be quite happy with this location because Rauf on that very high ground position doesn't actually have to move. Maybe a slight breath of fresh air the side of Umbra, who are unfortunately a little bit locked in position as Intrama picking up a nade. Might just try and find it. Doesn't land it, unfortunately. Waiting to try and find another one through this window. That's going to be one down with a nade there. The Nemo actually able to do a lot of work there. Might just try and bounce this next one off. And Bruden not going to take the shots yet. They are pushing up. Bruden coming in, going for the shots. And Intruder getting themselves 2 kills on the board. Doesn't cost them a single thing. It's Flacco now. Currently stuck in a 1v1. Looking for the shots. Going to take a whole bunch in return. Able to find himself a cheeky knock. The rest of the team should come back around, though, to try and save the day. There's Africa pushing up. Seeing if they can get anything else. A lot of damage. Flacco really pulling off this 1v3. He's actually going to peek around the corner here. Finds himself a knock onto 1. Repositions, and now he's getting rushed with a buggy. Going to get a whole bunch of damage off in response as Flacco coming alive as he's starting to light Intruder up. They took out the rest of his team, and he will take them down. He will punish them for it as he's pushing in forwards. But there we go. G3 Temper are knocked out.
Well, but a beautiful run coming in there from Flacco, knocking out 3 of the players of Intruder. I mean, absolutely phenomenal performance, but now it is going to be the players from Twisted and Ooredoo Thunder going toe-to-toe out here in the open fields. So we can see Rex and the rest of the squad now just looking to hold on to the position. Twisted Minds, a little bit more of a spread-out play coming through from them. As we got Dami, Rolkers, and Vigo's now just holding up on the front line. Never mind, no, that's Kaito. Vigo instead being a little bit further down, just holding that off angle. But we got Rauf heading up onto the very, very tippity top of the mountain there, as we can see for the side of Nigma Galaxy. Now that is an absolutely beautiful vantage point to be holding. Curious to see what Rauf is going to be doing with that particular possession. But now it is going to be the fight coming through here between the Ooredoo Thunders and Twisted Mind. But look at the shot now from Hemo down onto Buren. Such a phenomenal headshot. I mean, one tap, that's all you need.
Absolutely amazing headshot there. Intruder, another team who, you know, need a good game. 4 eliminations under their belt, but they didn't lose anyone, unlike CONQUEROR. So a massive, massive pickup for them. As Myths and Slime going a bit toe-to-toe here as we're moving on to our 3rd circle. See where this is going to take us as Umbra still kind of locked down in that compound. Rauf got his sights on them. But YaLLa are probably going to get pushed up here. And yes, this hillside still going to be somewhat in the circle. So Rauf can just reposition and buckle down. But Nigma's fairly spread out here. And it actually might be looking like a town ending here in El Pozo.
It could be. I mean, it's very, very possible, but it's going to be a very tough play, especially with that beautiful ridgeline separating the city from that open field. But also now Zeus is going to be coming in with a little bit of that Car 98 action, looking to see if they can reach up into the side of Myth. Also, we do see the players there from YaLLa holding up on the high ground, but a lot of teams still to make that long trek back into this next phase. So you can see Twisted Minds and Ooredoo Thunder getting into a bit of a tussle on that very, very edge of that zone. But Sanji, beautiful Overwatch, just tapping away over on towards the side there of Myth with a few more engagements now lighting up the map elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Twisted Minds currently in a bit of a scrap themselves versus Ooredoo Thunders. Seeing if they can find these nades, find these picks. As Umbra now pushing up. Oh, X! Able to take out Vigors, and now PRZ will go down as well. Cheeky knock there, but Umbra should be able to pick PRZ up. Now they are aware of the Ooredoo Thunders and Twisted Minds. The exchange, the 3 versus 3, just on the cusp of the circle. Dammy gonna get knocked out by the nade here. Focus, looking to push up. RJ coming in with the spray, able to find the takedown as well. That's the second knock picked up. Kato now next under fire, switching out guns, looking for the shots. That's a good headshot coming in, and Ooredoo Thunders rushing in through the walls. They go, taking a lot of shots there in responses. They're looking for the nade. Kato able to heal up for the moment, and they're looking for a little bit more damage. As RJ needs to be so careful. They're trying to find these shots over the window, but they can't quite let them connect. As Kato taking a bunch of damage, but he's able to fire back out, able to answer out himself here for the moment. Can't quite find the spray to connect, and Umbra continue to shoot down into this as a third-party nuisance. YaLLa have joined in as well. This is getting so messy so quickly, and Ooredoo Thunders are knocked out. But Twisted Minds, what is the cost? What have they lost for this? Because YaLLa are in the action in the compound. Nades are bouncing through, and Kato will take a bit of damage from that as Ragnar and Powerful and Sanji have him surrounded. Kato, it's going to have to be one hell of a play to go 1 versus 4 here versus YaLLa, because Umbra are looking to tidy up as well, as PRC once again has been knocked as Myths are pushing up. This is just constant action, constant outbreak of absolute madness. As another member gets knocked, but Myths will have to burn more resources, more time to keep themselves relevant in this after this action.
I mean, this is absolutely insane, but now the tension continuing to rise. Virtual Gaming also looking to finish strong as they're going toe-to-toe now with Slime 4KT. Alphaluigi sending out that util. Not quite the way they would have hoped it to go, but now it is going to be Storm also cooking up a beautiful nade, sending it over, not finding any damage, but comes in for a bit of a finish on towards Petrox. Now let's see whether or not Storm will be able to keep the momentum running here as they are now just cleaning up this position. Bit by bit, beautiful angle. Zeus now getting a beautiful trade in as well, but up comes the rush. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to close it out. It is going to be absolutely insane, and with that, it is going to be the side of Slime 4KT to end the running for Virtual Gaming.
Really nice stuff there from Slime as Virtual have been knocked out, but everyone is starting to light each other up as 90th minute taking some shots. Freak's going to take some in response though. A lot of long-range fighting as everybody's getting them settled down in buildings. How amazing would it be if the ending is in the Colosseum? That would be the greatest. I don't think the circle is there, unfortunately, but that would have been an amazing ending.
That would have been absolutely insane. I mean, but of course...
Gladiators.
Yeah, you know, then they literally have to fight their way on through. And speaking about fighting, it is going to be Falcon last to get taken right on down this time around, not being the last remaining hopeful. But let's see what the rest of the squad can do, as we do see Damar and Never Alone now looking to apply a bit of pressure on towards 90th minute. Yusuf keeping a very watchful eye here, looking to see if they can find a bit of that opening. as the tensions continue to rise. Intruder now having to pack their bags, but let's see what our remaining 8 teams can do.
Already down to 8 teams right now as Falcons able to pick up their members. They're able to hold it. Yusuf with this high ground position means that Last and Never Alone can sort themselves out and move out as quick as possible. Morvid trying to find this nade. Last able to heal himself back up, and Never Alone now actually pushing through the smokes into the complex, into the building to see if he can do anything. They're going to bandage, they're going to heal. Everybody popping everything for this fight for this building. It could be so important. It's within the circle. And Falcon want to get their hands on it. As YaLLa taking a fight versus Slime outside of the city for the moment.
I mean, but a good play coming through here from Slime, right? A beautiful spread coming in. They are really in a position where they can prioritize these engagements and not get themselves caught out. And I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to do, whether or not they can just look to capitalize on their current position. YaLLa, on the other hand, really caught in the crossfire there, as we can see. Even Nexus reaching all the way across from the opposite end of the zone. Umbra right there up in the mix as well. PRZ right there on the front line. But look at this powerful Ragnar trying to get themselves out of this very sticky situation, and Storm being absolutely relentless with the nades, but does find another one come through, and with that gets the knock on towards Ragnar.
Lovely knock onto Ragnar. Slime actually able to take out powerful YaLLa. This is not what they need. They do not want to be losing people this hard early on. Remember, they are still like trying to hold on to second place. Down to just the one player. They've got 3 eliminations under their belt. If they can get the pickup, maybe there's a world where YaLLa can remain in second place, but Slime could have cost them heavily here. Could have cost them any potential to hold up into that second spot for the moment, as Falcons seeing if they can move forward, as they were able to win their previous engagement. Aimer taking a couple of shots from Jamaz, but Jamaz not actually able to hit him. And now Falcon are actually pushing up into the pocket of 0-1, looking to see if they can get onto them. A lot of people rotating, moving around this map right now. YaLLa still not being able to pick up their current downed member, and a shift into the south of the circle means that Hoppen is going to lose his final member. It's just going to be him all on his lonesome. Might have to hold it out as Jamaz taking a whole bunch of shots from Never Alone. Never Alone. And just jump through the window here, looking to push in. Saif being rushed here, getting shots off at the last, able to get the down, and now he's taking shots in the back. He's going to go down. Human also knocked and taken out low here. Scarf trying to find these shots. He's able to take down Never Alone, but he will get himself taken out. 0-1 are out of the runnings.
Wow. I mean, Falcons just stepping up with such a beautiful bit of aggression right there on towards them, as we now are whittled down to only 7 remaining teams. And look at the Slime still rocking a full squad as Umbra now make their way on back. And look at this. Falcons looking to see if they can maybe salvage something out of this position, as we've got Damar now heading up right alongside the players there from Slime. But it is going to be Gaga from 90th minute to spot them out, and with that pick up the trade, sending Falcons away. Now down to 5 teams we go. Slime looking absolutely golden up in that southern position, holding the high ground. Nigma coming under quite a bit of pressure here as the shots continue to rain on down. But Gaga, the last one left there for 90th, just holding up at the front line. Meanwhile, it's going to be CONQUEROR coming under fire, and Hopen sending out a molly over on towards the side there of Freak coming in for Nigma.
Slime gonna do it? Are they actually gonna have a chicken dinner on the final game? They have 10 eliminations under their belt. They are operating at max capacity, and look at that position they've got. They've got the high ground. They've got a wonderful spread. They're very, very comfortable right now. And they've got to take down Freak. They've got to take down Hoppen. I think this might just be Slime. They're able to take the win, because Freak and Hoppen are going toe-to-toe, trying to deal with one another. Freak's going to cook the nade, throw it out. Going to land very close to Hoppen, but doesn't actually land the damage onto him. Hoppen just healing up for the moment. The Slime coming around onto the flank here to see if they can take down Freak. Plaza going to get himself set up in the box, but the smokes are down, and Hoppen looking for the shots onto Plaza. Going to look for some shots, not going to quite hit them. Plaza able to hold in that bunker for the moment. Slime might be ending a pretty poor week for themselves on a victory with a whole bunch of points in their pocket. Freak under fire. Toppen just getting that energy drink in and keeping himself topped up for as long as possible, but the blue is going to force him out, and he needs to reposition. He needs to move, but there we go. Nigma are taken out, and YaLLa need to make a hero play happen. It's not going to go down as Slime take the final game of the tournament. An underwhelming tournament from them, so to speak, but they came alive right now.
I mean, I gotta say, better late than never. Slime Forgetti stepping up, putting on their first winner chicken dinner onto the overall standings. What a fantastic way for them to finish this one out. I gotta say, a great performance. That high ground position just working so phenomenally for them, and they were able to capitalize on that and lock that winner chicken dinner in. Well done.
Was almost a 30 bomb for Slime. Let's look at the match rankings and let's see how much they've been able to accrue for themselves off the back of that. 29 points to Slime. Nigma ending on a 21 pointer as well. YaLLa 16 points. That is important for them. That keeps them very comfortable right now. Intruder got himself 6 and Umbra 5. I think we might see Umbra slip a little bit more off the back of that game, but an amazing game from Slime.
Yeah, it was absolutely, it was beautiful. I mean, that was the Slime we were waiting to see. You know, better late than never. They stepped up in the final match. If only we were blessed enough to see more of that in the other games, the previous matches. Slime would have been in a completely different situation, but what a great way to step up and close it off. Their 14 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. So great to have. But of course, if we look a little bit further down, CONQUEROR Iraq also coming in with a really heavy hitting performance, picking up those 8 eliminations, securing themselves a grand total of 14 points for this match.
Yeah, really big stuff there for CONQUEROR. Twisted Minds, not that amazing game for them. And 0-1-2 pointer, that could cost them quite a lot in the standings, unfortunately, is a bunch of these teams at the bottom end. It was not the game for them. And as it's the final game, it could cost them some placement. It really could cost them, you know, effectively money at the end of it. But, you know, a bunch of pride on the line, and Ooredoo Thunders, not the game from them either, unfortunately. So a little bit sad on that front, but we now do know who our champions are. Absolutely amazing game coming out from all of these teams, and a good win there for Slime, but I'm so excited to see how everything else is affected. Obviously, we know our champions of the PMPL MEA is going to be Nigma, absolutely amazing performance out of them. Nigma Galaxy, a much deserved victory for themselves. Consistency was key. They had some very good wins and some flashy games, but even in their non-wins, they were typically very consistent.
Yeah,
decent eliminations, decent placement. Very good stuff coming out from Nigma.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault Nigma on that front, right? Like, consistency has just been so predominant coming in from them. And we've seen them just, you know, riding the storm all the way through to the very finish. And what a satisfying performance that was coming in from Nigma. But of course, no surprise, because we know they are a team coming in here with a lot of experience, right? They've made it extremely far, and that was pretty evident here once again. But of course, an extra bit of excitement is also that showcase match that we have coming up next.
Yeah, that's going to be a very fun match, actually. But before that, we should probably find out who's playing in it. So let's bring up the overall standings and see how everybody placed at the end of this tournament. So, obviously, we know Nigma, 321 points. Wow, what a week they've had. YaLLa are locked into second. Then it's Team Falcons, 0-1. Unfortunately, 2 bad games back-to-back did cost them a couple of places in the standing, as Rico Infinity take 5th, Twisted Minds in 6th, Intruder Africa in 7th. Umbra, unfortunately, slip to the bottom of the top side of the table, but can still be pretty happy with the overall performance. Really nice stuff coming out from all of these teams, and I'm sure Falcons, YaLLa, very impressed and very happy with themselves. And actually, Intruder Africa, a comeback of the century from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, insane amount of chicken dinners they were able to pick up here, and a very contentious finish coming in. I mean, look at that. 196, 195. Only 7 points behind the position of Twisted Mind. So a strong finish, at least coming in on the board. 2 teams from the Africa region making it up onto this first page. So still a very satisfying performance. And we can only hope to see even more improvements coming in. But I got to say, already looking at just the range of improvements we've been having in these past 4 days, it was absolutely great to witness.
Yeah, it was a really, really good couple of games and some amazing storylines from these teams. Unfortunately, on the bottom end of the table, Virtual Gaming were not able to have quite the 4 days that they wanted. But Slime finding that final chicken dinner in the end, that skyrocketed them up the standings into that 12th place, and it looks them as the 12th and final team in that show match. So Slime probably quite happy with that one, actually. Able to make it into that one last game, get that show match under their belt, and they'll be joined by Ooredoo Thunders, CONQUEROR, Racked, and NASR as our other teams. But CONQUEROR, it was almost enough for them. They had a very, very good game. They were so close to making it into that top 8. Honestly, really, really good stuff from CONQUEROR. An amazing comeback for them.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very good play across the board. I mean, nothing that we can argue with on that front, but it's good to see, 3 teams from the region, at least from the Africa region, finishing up in our top 12 positions. But if we look at the performances we had coming through from G3 Temper, Team Myth, and Virtual Gaming, right? They know where their strengths are. They know what they need to focus on improving. So I'm very hopeful to see a lot of improvements coming through for those teams. And, the next time around when we make it into the 4 split, I'm definitely expecting to see a lot of advances coming through with the strategies from these teams, because they've shown that in the PMPL Africa itself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice to see it's really nice to see 2 of these African teams making it onto that top 8, because they were outnumbered. There was only 6 African representatives in this championship, and to have 2, honestly, Intruder Africa, fairy tale comeback. Umbra, fairy tale first day, and then unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. And a couple of games here and there kept them relevant in the standings, but overall, there was definitely some consistency issues for Umbra. So I'm sure after this, they'll go away and look at those problems and figure out, right, what do we need to do differently? What can we improve on for next time? Intruder, they've now gone, okay, we figured it out. We now need to just hit those marks going into the next time we have this tournament. Anyway, we are going to throw ourselves to a very quick break, and when we're back, we'll be dropping on our new show match, which is going to be Kerrigan. So make sure that you stick around for that one, and we will see you for our show match after this break.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul, spending all my money on it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL MEA, or that's kind of not the MEA anymore. It's just show match time, as we'll be dropping on our new map. It's only 12 teams, so the top 12 teams making it is a much smaller map. DK, I'm not as familiar with everything, so I'm hoping you have a little bit more information on what you're expecting from this map and, you know, how everything's going to look, really.
Well, it's going to be pretty tough, right? So we're heading straight over in towards Karakin. So what makes this map interesting is the underground tunnel system we have spread out through the map. So, you know, the teams can disappear down one hole and reappear on the opposite end of the map out of a different hole. So there's a lot of difficult plays that could be made here. Also, a few of those sticky bombs coming in, as well as the Panzerfausts being utilized here as well. So, you know, a little bit to look forward to. But as we know, our top 12 teams are going to be making it into this beautiful showcase match. And it is a much, much smaller match, right? So still out in the desert, still a little bit of that, you know, kind of same scenery as we have over on towards Miramar. But now the teams will have an opportunity to just go out there and have a little bit of fun.
Yeah. It's going to, you know, all the seriousness is over. It's time to, you know, relax, get to play on this new map. And I'm sure these teams are very excited to do so. I'm excited to see this tunnel system, a bit like a Scooby-Doo cartoon, jump in one door, come out another. It's going to be very interesting to see, you know, how these teams adapt. Obviously, eyes kind of on Nigma still, as you know, the team won the whole thing overall. But I'm going to be interested. Do you do you expect to see like any particular kind of like meta arise from this map, or do you think, you know, it's still too early to call what you expect from what you really expect from it?
Well, I mean, definitely, I know the sticky bomb thing is a potential play where we've seen it being applied to vehicles and then players sending that vehicle out, right? So they would come in on the vehicle, you know, smack the sticky bomb on, drive it, and then just hop on out and send that vehicle down into one of the opposing teams and potentially hope to have the aim locked in so that it explodes by the time it gets over on towards the opposing team. So there's a few different strategies that come through here. And of course, as you said, you know, that Scooby-Doo strat could also be a thing. So who knows? The teams will have a great opportunity to try out a few different strategies coming in on towards Karakin.
Okay, so I think it is time to properly ask you, seeming as we got a little bit of time just before we drop. We just finished up over the regular side of this championship. I didn't actually get confirmation on who the MVP was. I don't know if we have that information quite yet, unfortunately. So, DK, I know you said Lord after game 5. Are you sticking with it? Do you think Lord is going to be your MVP?
I can see who the MVP is, right? I have the information right in
you
front
have
of me. Yes, right. I would have wished that it was Lord, but I wasn't correct. Instead, it is a different player, but I'm not quite sure if we are at liberty to say who that is. I would love to know, at least know what the viewers are thinking, who they think our MVP for this event is. As we know, the MVP is walking away with an additional 2,000 grand 2,000 grand. Well, no.
2,000
2
grand. Wow,
grand.
they're
Just
getting a
2
lot
grand.
of money.
2 grand getting locked in for that MVP performance. So be sure to hit us up in the chat. Let us know what your predictions are for that. And then, of course, I'll verify that against what we know who the actual MVP is. But, of course, it is going to be a little bit of a surprise till a little while later. But for the time being, we're waiting to see what Karrakin will bring in from these teams.
Yeah, I've honestly not seen much or any of it, so I'm pretty excited to see the map itself and kind of get a bit of first-hand experience watching it. I'm curious to see how these teams, how it will change some of these teams' play styles, because obviously you look at the likes of Falcons, they're very much a team that like to be buckled down and hold in one spot and then look to fight. But this feels like a map where you're going to be forced to rotate way more aggressively, and that might suit the likes of YaLLa, the likes of INTRUDER, who seem to be quite good at these rotations actually as a team. So I'm excited to see, what kind of teams this is going to favor, because obviously it's going to be a bit more like a Sanhok-esque map where it's a lot smaller, you're going to be a lot more crammed, people will be dropping on top of each other, so expect to see a lot of early action. So it's going to be an interesting one to see, exactly how these teams will be playing out, because it's very different from the likes of Miramar and from the likes of I keep almost saying Erangel, the dragon book. I don't know why, but I just keep almost saying it. Erangel. So, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting one, DK.
Yeah, I mean, if you struggle with Erangel, you can always just go for
Erangel, I don't know.
Erangel, or I just make up different names for the maps, right? Not that it's relevant whatsoever. But I'm liking the predictions we have coming in the chat there as well. Good to see, a few of the names being thrown all over the place. And, we'll have to wait for that official announcement to make it, well, I guess, official to see who the actual MVP is. But definitely there is a few surprises that we could be seeing coming through up on towards Karrakin itself. So who knows, right? We did see over in the EU Championship that the teams were having a lot of fun making their way through that final match. We did see a little bit of that Panzerfaust getting fired as well. I know that Max was quite struggling to say the word Panzerfaust, so I'm not quite sure why. That's why I'm just, trolling Max a little bit, because I can say the word every time.
I mean,
I just have
that's
to.
something you can troll me on a lot, because I'm awful with names and words. I actually saw your DM to me. I was calling one of the players by the wrong name. I noticed it at the end of the last game, which is amazing, just to get Prestige's name wrong all tournament long, and then go, oh, it's Prestige, not Prestige, because there was I swear the spelling was off. So for me, I was like, I was reading it as written.
Yeah.
Because I'm an idiot. That's why. That's what I do. We do have a little bit of a delay, obviously, hence why we're still on camera, but we should be dropping on to the map fairly soon. I had something said in my ear a moment ago, but I was talking, so I missed it entirely. But hopefully that was, we're dropping soon. So we should be getting into our match ASAP. But for now, it's just, more of our mugs to look at while we have a little bit more time to fill. Have you had fun this weekend, DK?
Oh, a lot of fun. I mean, it was so great to see the teams stepping up and just repping their regions. And I would like to know even what the viewers are thinking, right? Tell us what your favorite moments were over the past 4 days. You can either hit us up in the chat, or you can head on over into the social media. Let us know on Instagram. You can let us know on Facebook. You can even pop in to Nimo TV. It's also going to be a broadcast right there. Also, there is the option for TikTok, and then I'm missing one. I know there was a whole selection of
Instagram,
links.
Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and MoTV, right?
There we go, right? So there we go. All the names, so be sure to
Nailed it.
let us know what your favorite play was, your favorite moment. Was there one particular standout performance for you over these past 4 days?
All right, I'm quickly typing to my producer just because I'm trying to find out if I can actually reveal who the MVP is. The MVP is Ragnar. I said it, and I'm so happy. I am so happy. He did play incredibly well. Very, very much deserved MVP from Ragnar.
Yeah.
Just consistently good. I think consistency was such a big thing for this tournament, and Ragnar was consistently a top fragger for his team. Just really, really proud of Ragnar. A very, very good, very, very good day. Weekend. 4 days back to back. So lovely stuff from them. Congratulations, Ragnar. Not on the extra cash. That's always nice, but honestly, just really, really deserved MVP. And I'm excited to see him on this map as well, which I really hope is loading in soon, because I'm running out of things to say.
Well, we
can
always
talk about anything.
we can always reveal some of the stats coming in there for Ragnar. Of course,
Oh, go for it.
Ragnar picked up 48 eliminations across these past 4 days, finishing on just north of 10,000 damage being dealt. So that is a pretty impressive performance coming through. Of course, Lord from Nigma Galaxy taking that second position, finishing 1 elimination behind them, so 47. But of course, coming in then with 8,769 damage being dealt. Some pretty good survival times coming in there as well. We know Ragnar finished with at least 7 hours. Or was that? Yeah, 7 hours and 46 minutes of survival time, where we had Lord coming in with 8 hours and 28 minutes and 15 seconds, if you want to be exact with that survival time. But yeah, a lot of interesting stats. Of course, our third place goes over to Ida from Rico Infinity, coming in with 43 damage, 43 eliminations, and 7,946. So, you know, some pretty great performances coming in, and the team's really stepping up. I mean, if we look at the top performing player from the Africa region, that is going to be Raouf coming in from the side there of Intruder. So, you know, great to see a little bit of that representation coming in as well. Of course, we know Raouf from Intruder Africa finished on 27 eliminations with 6,239 damage dealt.
Really, really impressive stats coming in from some of these players. Obviously, Ragnar is our MVP, just to confirm, but incredible stuff. But we still have a little bit more time. So while we do have that time, I do want to give a big shout out to our sponsors who obviously make this whole thing possible and, you know, help fund Ragnar's MVP status there. Obviously, our official energy drink sponsor in Monster Energy. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do this show. So thank you very much, Monster.
Yeah, and then of course a big shout out going out to Oppo, who we've been seeing on almost every PMPL for the last while. So great to have them here as well. Of course, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022.
Lovely stuff, guys. Thank you very much for making this whole thing possible. You know, it's been an amazing weekend. I am running out of stuff to say though, while we get close towards this. So you know, me and you, we only met a couple of days ago, so it's nice to kind of get to know you. I'm gonna just fill air. I'm just gonna fill time. This is what I do. I want to know what's your favorite animal.
Favorite animal?
Yeah, man.
I don't know. That's a tough one to make. I mean, I'll probably say my dog. Otherwise, you know, I might get bitten. So let's go with that one. And yourself,
what kind of dog you got?
It's called a Malador.
I've never heard of a Malador.
So it's a Malamute Labrador cross.
Okay, well I know Labrador. I've never heard of a Malamute. Which ones are those?
It's like a big husky.
Oh, okay. I mean, huskies are already quite big. But yeah, a big husky. Nice. That sounds really cute, actually. I love dogs. I'm an otter man, though, if you want to know. I absolutely adore otters. I love them. They're super cute. River otters specifically. You know, they're like cat snakes, like snakes but cats, but also aquatic. I love them. They also have thumbs, so they can open PUBG stuff. Yeah, they can play PUBG. I went on holiday to Japan a couple of years ago, and they had an otter cafe. And you can go hold the otter's hands and feed them. And it was a very, very pure and wholesome moment in my life that I think of whenever I'm sad. I think about the time I held hands with an otter. They're adorable. As you can see, I am running out of things to say.
Well, we try to get a little bit of an ETA as to when we'll be getting into this match. As we know, you know, they're just trying to load everything up to make sure that the players are all locked in and ready to go. Of course, from the feeds that we can see here, we don't know just yet what is going to be happening. But of course, I see a few questions coming in where people are asking how many teams qualify through for the next stage. So as we know, this is the end of the season, right? This is the end of the spring split. Starting very soon will be that fall split. But of course, also starting very soon is going to be Karakin, as it has just appeared up on our map feed. So we should be transitioning up into the game in the next few moments. So come in with your predictions. Tell us, who do you think is going to be the team to pick up the dub right here on Karakin, flexing off with a little bit of, the Panzerfaust and those sticky bombs.
So if we got a little bit of time, let's talk a little bit about the teams to watch coming out of this. Obviously, going into your next split, you know, who have you got your eyes on? Let's start with the African region. Who have you got your eyes on?
I'm definitely hoping on the Africa region, if we're looking at improvements, definitely like to see G3 and Slime step up and showcase the talent that they've been showing elsewhere, but be more consistent with that when they come into these bigger events. And of course, on the rest of the Africa region, I definitely go for a team like Intruder Africa, as well as the players there from Umbra.
Were there any teams during the regular split who didn't make it to here, who you might expect to see coming in next time around? Someone who, you know, they almost made it. They were impressive, but they didn't quite make it the whole way. So is there like any other, like, let's say up and comers? Are there any up and comer teams that you've got your eyes on?
Definitely not an up-and-comer team, but definitely a team that was so close to making it into here. That will definitely be the players from the side of Cryptic. So hopefully next split, we could see the players from Cryptic joining us in the championships. But now it is time for us to head right down into a little bit of that Karakin action. As we can see, the teams now starting to make their way on down. I mean, this map is so small.
Oh my word, it's small.
If you cough, you might miss it.
Wow, it is super small. That plane has already rocketed across the sky. I am so excited to see how this goes. We'll see where the circle goes. We get a more central one, or if we maybe get something a little bit more spicy on that front. As see where the circle closes in any moment now. But everybody has dropped in one place, baby. And it is chaos right now. Everybody just agreed, we want to fight now. This is like PUBG back when it first came out. Do you remember this, where you'd drop a military base and half the lobby would all be a military base? That is what we are getting.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. This is a hot drop of note. It looks like Spawn Island, but in fact, it is the actual map itself. The teams are not waiting around anymore. 32 players remain. A lot of knocks coming in already. But now, let's see who will be able to pick it up. As Rauf getting a little bit cheeky on the approach. It does pick up a beautiful knock right there on towards the players from the Ooredoo Thunders. And now Ragnarok keeping a beautiful high ground vantage down on the rest of the teams.
Our MVP standing up nice and high there. So that was Ragnar. This is Ragnarok. I'm getting my Viking stuff modeled up. Big Oars trying to go toe-to-toe with him. Shotguns are going to be so powerful on this map, well, especially on this hot drop. As we have already seen two teams knocked out. Rico Infinity disappear. I have noticed that YaLLa decided just not to drop with anyone else, and they're quite happy having a bit of the map to themselves to chill out and go a little bit later in. But everybody else agreed it's time for chaos. It's time to fight. And shadowed him. Trying to make his way up this hill, up this staircase, into the pocket. As they're shooting through the walls onto each other as well, trying to get close as possible. The nades can do a bit, and Rio actually may just be dropping out the windows. We see 0-1. What a peek out the window! Rollkiss will lose his life and taken out as YaLLa disappear from the standings, and down goes yet another member, Shadowed in for Team Umbra. Taking out Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, Shadowwind coming in with a beautiful play, but up comes Rio. Oh, and it is going to be Shadowwind going up in flames, getting sent away. And with that, we are down to only 5 remaining teams. Nigma still holding strong. We got Weiss. Oh, now being the last hopeful as Rauf gets traded on down. Hamodi and the rest of the players from Nigma still looking pretty good. But it is now up to Weiss, picking up that Modi, sending it out. See whether or not it will reach all the way across. Up comes Rauf Hamodi, looking for opening, but also Plaza looking to get a little of a slice of that pie as we have the players there from Slime now. Ooh, moving out of their high foot position, coming on down. And with that, Intruder gets sent away. It is going to be lost now from Falcons, looking to capitalize on this with a little bit of that off-angle play.
This feels a little bit to me like if PUBG had a team deathmatch. This feels so team deathmatchy. Is Storm going to get taken out by Rio, and that is the end of Slime. We are down to 3 teams already, as the circle has only just announced itself. Absolute chaos to start us off, as Falcon actually looking to join up into the action after basically just being away from everyone. They decided they didn't want to get involved in the hot drop. Looking to join in as Last has now got himself geared up and ready to fight. the rest of Falcons still a fair distance away. Although it is a small map, so a small distance is made up fairly quickly on this map as Gallagher just going to make his way back up the stairs after taking a couple of shots from the Nigma members who are rushing in, looking to take him down. Harmony just going to make his way up the stairs, looking for the kill, spraying around the corner, but Gallagher on the top floor right now. Rio on the bottom, trying to catch up to the rest of his team as Gallagher is going to lose his life. Harmony takes him down, and Conqueror taken out. Nigma versus Falcon will be our final two teams here.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a risky run coming in for Falcons. Yusuf lost the only two players from Falcons currently situated in this position, right? Never alone, Damar, as you said before, being positioned much, much further away. So if anything were to happen to these two players from the side of Falcons, it's going to be a little bit of a tough play for them to try and secure this. But now let's see Lost. Oh, does try to pick up a bit of a trade. Up comes a hit now on towards Lord. As Yusuf comes in with a beautiful hit. Hamadi coming in with a hoppity hop. Down he goes, Yusuf. Now on the defensive, Rauf quickly ducking into the building. And with that, it is going to be Falcons to pick up the dub right here over on towards Karrakin itself.
Who won? I actually don't know who won. Was it Falcon or Nigma?
No, it was Nigma.
It was Nigma. Okay.
No, it was Falcon. Sorry, my bad.
It was Falcons. Okay. I mean, to be fair, that was incredibly. That was a lot going on. That was quick.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a very, very fast-paced game. Absolutely brilliant. I'm excited to see this map get played when people properly learn it and we get a little bit more time on it. Not when everyone just hot drops on this exact same spot, but. Really, really good game. Really fun. It was very deathmatchy. Everyone just dropped in the same place. And Falcons, you know, maybe they should have dropped with everyone else. I mean, they won, I guess. So their tactic did work for them. But they, maybe they didn't get the memo, but everyone was dropping on the same place. Maybe that was what was going on. But let's have a look at the match ranking as Nigma, 10 eliminations under their belt. They might not have taken the top point, but they did win in total points at the end of that.
Yeah, they finished off with 22 points there, as we can see. Of course, CONQUEROR Iraq also coming in with a very impressive hardy-hitting blow there, picking up those 7 elims, with Slime coming in with a little bit of a surprise attack. They're picking up 4 in the trade-off. But then as we see, right, Intruder on 3, Umbra on 3, Twisted Minds on 3, and NASR on 3. And what was quite interesting to see about this match, right, is it reminded me very much of what Bootcamp used to be over on Sanhok, with everyone just hopping down into one's position. And like, if this comes to competitive, it's going to be mad, right? We didn't even get to see the underground tunnels. We didn't even see a single sticky bomb. All it was just chaos erupting on the screen.
It seemed like the teams all had some Uber Eats on the way or something like that. And they were just like, we need to get out of this game real quick. We all drop in the same place and just fight it out. That was brilliant fun. That was a lot of fun. Not one team walked away. No, there was still one placement point. YaLLa didn't have. They're the only team to not get an elimination, unfortunately for themselves. But that was a good map. I'm very excited to see what that has as potential as we move later on into when that comes competitive, if it becomes a competitive map. How the teams are going to play it. It's going to be a very interesting map because it's so small. You saw from the speed of that plane path. It was just over so quick, and the circle's very slow to come in as well. So going to be very, very chaotic. Absolutely brilliant stuff there, DK. I really, really enjoyed that.
Of course, now we're going to be having a quick look at our MVPs for this match. And as we see, it is Hamadi, Rauf, and Kalaga coming in. As you can see, their survival time sitting on 4 minutes and 57. As we know, that map finished in only 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, that includes the time the players spent while waiting for the plane. So that was absolutely insane. Talk about quick. I mean, like, if you blinked, you could have missed this entire match.
So let's say this does get competitive and we don't all drop on the same compound. How long do you reckon maps are going to be on Karrakin?
At most, maybe 10 minutes. At most.
Yeah, it feels like a 10-minute map. I'm curious to see the speed of the circle, because we didn't get any idea of the circle, because that just... I mean, I don't think Blue even made it onto the minimap. It was just like instant action.
Yeah.
So I'll be curious to see, how this map actually does get played out in a more competitive environment and not just like teams want to have a bit of fun. Because that felt like they've been playing for 4 days properly, how you should play PUBG. And then like, we can just play, a early beta or early levels of PUBG, just jump in the same place, pick up guns, and just spray at each other and get into the next lobby as quick as possible. That was very, very much like what the beginning of PUBG felt like to me. Absolutely amazing stuff. DK, though, thank you very much for joining me. I've had an absolutely amazing couple of 4 days. This is going to be us done here at the PMPL MEA. I just want to give a big shout out to our other casters as well. Over to Wolf, and I want to get it wrong. I know I'm going to get it wrong. Ez Proxy. Guys, thank you very much for joining us here at the PMPL MEA. Make sure you keep up to date with both the Middle East and the African regions for the PMPL, not legions. They are the regions. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. We will be back with more action soon. So stick around until then. And thank you very much for watching. Good night.
Trending with the cool kids. Wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Design a brand exclusive. Wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and you're out of frame. No one really stays together. Got an ego, can't explain. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy.